truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves. We won't let the world burn away. Burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it through the back of the pack. Kill it anyway. To blame. Haters face the world's mistakes. Wake it through the back of the pack. Kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it through the back of the pack. Kill it anyway. To blame. Haters face the world's mistakes. Wake it through the back of the pack. Kill it anyway. You think you've got my number figured out? A motive born in drought and brevity. And if I'm not the soul of your design, I blatantly decline your remedy. Don't box me in. Don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer. I'd rather be free. I'd rather be a leader. I'd rather be a queen. I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer. I'd rather be clean. I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine. I wasn't always just a single shade, a palette full of gray in reverie. And I can burn it brighter than the sun. I have a golden gun inside of me. Don't box me in. Don't, or I'll leave. I'd rather be a dreamer. I'd rather be free. I'd rather be a leader. I'd rather be a queen. I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer. I'd rather be clean. I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else. And if I fall behind, ignoring all the signs, and if I lose the fight, I still rage against the night. Don't box I'd rather be a dreamer. I'd rather be free. I'd rather be a leader. I'd rather be a queen. I'd rather be a singer in a trashy cover band. I'd rather be a closer. I'd rather be clean. I'd rather be a poser in a magazine. I'd rather be pretty much anything else than your machine.
hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to, of course,
字写
another beautiful whoa.
哎呦，西莫时刻火
We turned that down. A beautiful day of PEL viewer parting / casting, but I'm not alone today. To be fair, I'm not alone today. I'm with the wonderful, and to be fair, I was meant to confirm how to pronounce your name, but I'm here with the wonderful AhseCasts, who's casting with me, and it's a pleasure to have you with me, my friend.
Thank you very much, Imperium, for having me here, and I'm really feeling that kind of a gushy feelings in my gut. Actually, it's my first time to be with you, and it's really an honor. And I really appreciate all the support from the guys in the chat. Thank you very much, Imperium, for having me today here.
Awesome. Hey, look, I love casting with more and more people, and this is a little bit chill, but it's also experiencing our casting chops a little bit more, and why not, if we can provide a bit more entertainment. And it's always a little bit easier casting with another person rather than casting on your own. So that's definitely going to be good to see. Of course, this is day 3 of the PEL, but it's basically the first day of the weekly finals. It took me a couple of days to really kind of grasp the format, but this is the 15 teams that qualified over the first 2 days, top 5 on Thursday, and then the top 10 on Friday. Now go have 2 days of weekly finals where they have 5 games each day, and those points count over the next 5 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is the beauty of this PEL. Some of the teams are coming with different names since the last time, so it gets a little bit confusing for the person that is not going pretty much into the whole scenario. But really hyped up for the finals because for the last 2 days I've been in the audience and I've been watching all these teams playing against each other. Kind of a meta that we have seen and especially in these Chinese team using those. UMPs and especially Tommy guns is really hyping up my energy and my overall expectation from today.
Yeah, so true. I just realized that the Okay, yeah, I just realized that the live video that we had is not working, so it was actually an old video, so that's okay. Be able to Sorry, 2 seconds. I'm just getting this up in a better way. Yeah, okay, this is perfect. Okay, let me send you this link, my friend, just so some reason the stream link that I'd given you it essentially stopped and it had gone to day 1 of the PL, and I was like, wait, that's not right. That because I was wondering why the game that was being played on the screen looked like it was an actual game. I thought it was just highlights at first, and I was like, oh yeah, that's an actual game. So we are obviously waiting for the game 1 to start, and to give you guys an idea, as the sun is shining in my eyes. Apparently your voice is low. Is his voice low? Is it just the sounds, or is it mine as well, guys? Let me
Yeah,
know.
do let us know.
But yeah, just need to know
Is it better now, guys?
did you increase yours a bit?
Yeah, I haven't increased on my side, but I believe somebody is telling us, can you make a voice is more audio is less compared to yesterday? So I believe it's on the game side because these comments are not that clear, I believe.
No, apparently we're both low.
Hmm.
But can you turn your volume up more on your mic?
Yeah, that's
Oh my god,
yeah.
Jesus.
Is it too much?
Yeah, but Now I can hear myself super clearly from your mic.
Oh, okay, okay. Just give me 1 sec. I hope everything is good now. Yep. So, is it better?
Let me see. Yeah, it's not. That's definitely better. And now I'm able to. Let me know. Let us know, guys, if that's a little bit more balanced in terms of his voice being louder and my voice being the same loudness, and obviously as loud as you would like it to be.
Oh, somebody's telling us both of you guys' voice are okay. Can't hear the voice of the PEL.
Well,
I
yeah,
believe.
that's oh yeah, that's because that's because there's nothing to actually like play. There's no game. I haven't turned the volume on it. You know?
Mhm.
But plus I'm just trying to make sure that okay, cool. Use yeah, use this link for the live. This link, my
Okay.
friend. Then
Got it.
okay. I've turned the music on for I've turned the game sound on for YouTube.
Mhm.
Apparently his voice is a bit loud now. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. I can turn you down. I can turn you down. It's fine, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gary, thank you very much. We really appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah,
help.
yeah,
Sometimes
we do appreciate the feedback. I'm also now trying to put my camera in a position because I don't have any like curtains on my window, so I get like massive sunlight in the morning. And I now have to adjust my camera because otherwise the sun shines in
Yeah, that's a lot
my
of
face.
vitamin
That
D
affects the
is better
camera.
for health, you know.
Okay, so nerf his voice a little. Yeah, good. Sounds perfect for me. What do you mean, James? Guess we should do from Huya. It's simple and easy. No, it's not simple and easy from Huya. Trust me. It's actually much easier to go from a YouTube stream. Much easier to go from a YouTube stream. But anyway, so yeah, so the list of teams for the day 3 of the PL. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm all really appreciated, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to both you guys, Cormac and Sam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, so it sounds like the list of teams that we have is like the top 5 that qualified on the Thursday are Tiamba, who are looking really good, DKG 628 Showtime, and Team Weibo. And then the 10 from Friday is TeamPai, TJB, 4 Angry Men, Regans Gaming, Q9, Team Game, Titan Esports Club, which is TEC, Royal Never Give Up, which is RNG, The Chosen, and JD Esports. But obviously, like, what a lot of people will be like clearly surprised with, right, is the fact that like there's no Nova and there's no LGD, because those are like, you know, the 2 other teams that were expected to obviously like make it through and qualify in a strong fashion, right?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Imperium is just a game. If, as you mentioned yesterday, it will be a big setback for the team of Nova, especially because in the following weeks it will be really hard for them to catch up on the points. But
Yeah.
you know, somehow they think that at the end of the day, it's the game. Somebody played pretty well than others, so that's the reason why they're qualified.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, you know, a lot of these teams really stepped up to the plate. Tiamba, you know, obviously one of them. Very also happy with JDE as well. There's just a couple of really nice moments that we've seen across the board. you know, even Q9, been really happy with how Q9 have been playing. But obviously, like, you know, over the 2 days to qualify, the teams would have been like playing a bit more aggressive, right? Because you want to make it into the top 5. Well, there's the top 5 on Thursday, or the top 10 on Saturday, and it's like that, you know, getting into that is like obviously the most important thing. So playing ultra aggressive, like we saw a lot of teams, they got like 8-10 kills alone just in the, you know, in the first 2 circles. Was always going to be like massively helpful. So I do think we'll see maybe a little bit more of a passive play style in these next 2 days, because these points carry over right to the next weekend. So it's maybe a little bit more important that you're sustainable in the consistency, you know, over the 2 days. And yeah, you still want to score high points, but you wanted to make sure that it's not like at too much of a risk.
Absolutely, and this point system that is in PEL is quite rewarding for first 2 phases of the game. So that's the reason why these teams seems to be more aggressive, and we see a lot of clashes in the initial stage of the game, which is good for the game and the viewer. Even if myself as a viewer would love to see all those fights breaking up early, but at the end of the day, as you mentioned, things gonna be a bit more strategic today, a bit more, you know, passive, and teams will be playing by the book, and they'll be trying to actually capitalize on positions and rotations, and especially when it comes to rotation, these teams are out of the world.
Yeah, when it does come to rotations, these teams are so strong. There has been obviously a couple of wild plays, but all things considered, like you know, even just the level of like ability to control a position in the circle as well is so strong from a lot of these teams. I've noticed that again, I don't know if it's just because it was the first 2 days, but we weren't afraid to see a couple of compound crashes from teams, right? We weren't afraid to see like a few teams crash in onto another team in a compound and take that fight. It didn't always work out, like we saw a couple of 1v3s, 1v4s, but yeah, like you know, having that confidence to crash in is just, it's so valuable. Like,
absolutely, I agree with you, and there's no other way I can disagree. Actually, the way these teams, especially the invaders, seems to be more, you know, consistent in terms of their performance. Most of the time, we see the guys that are invading the compound, they go on that advantage. If they get a 1-2 knocks, those use of utilities, you know, this is something that, you know, really make Chinese teams separate from the rest of the world, because this way we see their play style, their gameplay is quite oriented using those utilities, getting those early knocks, and if successfully they get, definitely breaching a compound never being so easy for them.
for sure, because sometimes what can make it so much harder to, you know, I'm not saying shooting kind of mid to long range is harder, but you know what makes kind of mid to long range a bit harder for teams is the fact that it's FPP, right? So you do have to heavily expose your body to really get a core amount of information, you know, on that kind of on that terrain. So yeah, it can be done and it will be done, but sometimes it gets to a point in the circle or in kind of the initial engagements where the teams are going to be like look, you know, we're not really able to get information without risking our spot too much. Let's just crash it and, you know, we'll hope for the best.
Yet we have seen teams like struggling in the close range. It's never been a problem for these teams to actually get a knock on the father. I must say, right down the hill. It's not been a problem for them. But when they try to crash and try to do one-on-one close range, some of the teams really struggle. Yesterday, someone was mentioning in the chat that these teams are playing without any aim assist. So this really creates a problem in close range. And when your FPP is out of the, you know, everything is just falling apart if you're not putting that crosshair in the head of the opposition.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, somebody, yeah, you know, somebody said like other global teams must use utility more often. I don't know if to be fair, I'm gonna say that I don't think the Chinese teams are using utility any less or more than global teams, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think you know both are using them extremely well. Maybe smokes are being utilized a little bit stronger in Chinese meta. That's one thing that I have noticed, that you know a lot of teams will gladly carry like 5-10 smokes kind of thing. And they will use those smokes. They will use those smokes. Maybe even a little bit too much, but it does make that impending crash that the team feels like they're gonna get crashed upon. It does make that crash a little bit harder to be successful. So using all those smokes, that's the only kind of real difference I've seen right now, is that they do tend to use a lot more smokes in the Chinese meta.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and that's the reason why we have seen some of the teams like Airwolf, Max. Their use of utility was quite, I must say, prominent throughout the whole PMGC thing. And later down, you have seen there's a difference. If you talk about the Turkish scene, especially footballers, the way these guys are played, they totally, rely on their gun power. But on the other side, if we talk about teams coming from Indonesia, from the wildcard region, these guys are using utilities way more than all other teams. But as you mentioned, there's not that much difference. But at the end of the day, it really matters how you are using those utilities. It doesn't matter
Fair.
how much. It comes down to, it melts down, boils down to the thing how you are using it. If you're not using those smoke to cover up, give a revive to your teammate, those smokes are just for nothing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's the thing. To be fair, I think it's the one thing that I've noticed with because you make a great point of how they use the utility, and one thing that I've noticed a little bit more as well with the Chinese teams is that they'll use Molotovs into buildings a bit more than global teams, because to be fair, Molotovs were only buffed in the global meta a couple of months ago, and as opposed to teams using grenades in buildings, which can be effective, Molotovs are actually much stronger because they spread further and they help to isolate a player a lot more effectively in that building while you're still trying to gather information. Whereas grenades, yes, they make a noise and they do suppress those footsteps a little bit, but Molotovs in my eyes are just so much stronger for building pushes, and I've seen Chinese teams use that so well on a number of occasions over the first 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. Because as you mentioned, they're quite buffed. The reason why there is no sound, there is no click. Sometimes these players, the kind of the hardware they use while playing, they can actually catch those sounds while someone is trying to clip up, trying to get a nade on you. They will change their location. But in case of the Molotovs, it's really difficult actually to to see, or even sometimes they don't even realize there's a Molotov at their back and they're burning. So this is I believe the use that is being used by these Chinese team a lot. And I must say, all of the teams out there, they should always look up this strategy, and it's better to read how these guys are playing.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. It's gonna be interesting, man. We're gonna be getting into game one. Also, to be fair, what I love for PL is that they have a Sandhawk. I believe it's still the same thing for today. It's still double Miramar, Sandhawk, and double Erangel. But I do love the fact that they've added Sandhawk into the competitive. Not because it's Sandhawk, to be fair, because I don't like Sandhawk in competitive, but the fact that it's another map, because I do think it adds another dimension, and of course another map that you need to train and focus on as a team. And adding that is just, I think it adds an extra layer to the competition. And again, I wish it was Vikendi rather than Sandhawk, but at least it's another map and it makes things a bit more interesting.
Absolutely. If you talk about Weekendy, it really bring up all those memories. Bring those memories, bring those memories. I'm getting that song in my mind, but still, it's out of the competitive scene. But somehow PEL is a good option for them, good option for all those teams playing in PEL, and especially it will be a good practice for their coming stages if they're going for the bigger stage, especially PMGC in December. So this yeah, this kind of practice and this kind of change of meta, especially if we talk about Wrangle and Miramar, there's no way comparison to Sanhok. If you're playing all year, especially on these two big maps, and getting to a small map where the play zone is actually the biggest enemy for you, definitely it will be very difficult for teams to maneuver.
Sure, for sure. On a side note, can I just say your English is OP, my friend, and I just want to give a lot of love and respect to that man, because you being able to cast in 2 languages, dude. I can barely cast in 1 language, never mind a second language. So really, much love to you, man, and it really is a pleasure to be casting with you today, and I'm
Thank you.
very excited.
These words are really they really mean a lot for me. I'm gonna get those clips out of your stream, and I'm gonna boost about it on my Instagram. So
For sure, man.
For sure. I'm just kidding. I was just kidding, but at the end of the day, all of these things that I'm speaking after a year, this is somewhere all of those words that you have used somewhat in the Europe League, or maybe listening to you casting in PMGC. So learning from the masters.
Hey, look, we're all learning together. Somebody in chat put, to be honest, Weekendy is the worst map. Sorry, Imperium, I don't like that map. I am shocked, sir. I am shocked. That is terrible. How dare you? How dare you? Weekendy is a beautiful map. What's your opinion on Weekendy, Sam?
Absolutely. If I talk about Weekendy, I really like that map, but right now reading the name Abhinav, I know the kind of feeling that you have. It's the same in Pakistan. Also, if we talk about these guys playing in the local circuit, they never like Weekendy. They know, oh my God, these guys are laying down in the compounds. Why don't they come out and fight with us? And this is the kind of feeling that these South Asian teams have. That's the reason why most of the time you will see the scrims. They won't be playing Weekendy because they don't like it. They think that it's very slow map. There's a lot of compounds, a lot of hard cover. They don't get a lot of people, jogging, hiking outside. So free kills are not there. So that's the reason why they don't like Weekendy much.
And okay, and on that on that aspect, I do understand that, and I do think Weekendy does need to make changes to make it more competitive, like remove quite a good few of the buildings and compounds, maybe add a little bit more of a couple of grassy areas. But I still believe that it's more competitive than Sanhok, just purely because of the fact that Sanhok has the rivers in play so much, and it's such a pain in the hoo-ha, in the behind to deal with. There's a way to deal with it in Sanhok, but it's so frustratingly punishing if the circle goes if the on the first 3 phases are within all 3 islands, and then it suddenly shifts down in one direction. You get across that river, it's just like, come on. That is just so hard to deal with.
Crossing those rivers feel like forever sometimes, teams getting caught in the water and there's no way to go. Even if, for example, somebody realizes that there's a team out there in the river, in the water, there will be 2-3 teams lurking around waiting for you to just pop out your head, and they'll be getting those free kills. So yeah, I agree with your term on side of Weekendy, but there will be some slight improvement that really needs to be made to make it more competitive, especially some of the hillsides, some of more open terrains. They will add up more value to the Weekendy, and eventually we'll be seeing it again.
For sure. Have you seen the new Sanhok? Well, when I say new Sanhok, I just mean the PUBG PC Sanhok. Have you experienced that or seen that?
Actually, I have seen some trailers, but haven't played on that. Really looking forward to see how it goes.
It's no, it's not as good as the old Sanhok. So like the PUBG PC got a Sanhok up there. I think like going back about a year now, to be fair. And it's not actually as good as the old Sanhok, believe it or not. Everybody thought it was going to be better, but it actually turned out to be worse. I hope that update doesn't come to PUBG Mobile, because boot camp as it is in PUBG Mobile is like beautiful. It's the classic, you know, you have the lobster building, but you know, in the new Sanhok, it's really, I know, it's just not the same. It's just not the same.
Absolutely, adding those extra compounds outside in the outskirts of bootcamp is really, you know, take the crisp, take that, you know, the spiciness out of those fights, and especially in bootcamp. But at the end of the day, we are getting some of the news. This is kind of an inside news that there will be a new map in PUBG Mobile Kraken getting
Yes.
in, and they will be removing Sanhok. So really looking forward. Actually,
What? They'll
yeah.
be removing Sanhok?
Yeah, they'll be somehow removing Sanhok. That's kind of a news. But
Even from
it's,
what? But what about
I believe it's
competitive?
not from the competitive. I believe from the whole game. Definitely, it'll be out of competitive also. So they'll be removing Sanhok, and they'll be introducing Kraken, the new map in the PUBG Mobile. And by the way, there is one new game that is you know, coming out.
Yeah,
PUBG New
yeah.
State.
There's a PUBG
Yeah.
New State. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
We know
so-
about that. We know about that. To be fair.
Yeah, looking forward to casting all those people, you know, fighting at each other at you know, big shopping malls and stuff like that, you know, at the at the you know, what do you call them, parks and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I
it'll be
don't
Modern
know.
Warfare.
I've seen a couple of trailers of New State, but it's a kind of thing where it's like, you know, I want to see the game come out, whether I'm better or otherwise, before like have a judgment. And I don't know how it's going to be competitive wise. Plus, it's being developed and, you know, solely developed and run by Crafton, right? It's actually not connected to PUBG Mobile. The only way it's connected is the name, you know, the IP. But Crafton own the IP anyway for PUBG Mobile. But it's going to be a completely different game. So, you know, obviously, you know, how it develops, how it comes out, how a competitive scene develops as well is going to be, I think, a completely different beast compared to PUBG Mobile. But anyway, you know, without further ado, we are going to be getting into this game one fairly soon. Now, because Asan is viewing the stream on his side from the link that I sent him, I might have to do a little bit of pausing while we try and sync up, because we want to make sure we're synced up on the same screen and, you know, and on the same kind of point in game. So if you see a little bit of pausing and playing again, don't worry, it's just us setting things up. But yeah, we're gonna be getting into this game one.
Absolutely, and this game will be played on the map of Miramar. So, you know, getting into finals, and there you go. Blaine is getting ready for being taking all those players to Miramar, and especially to talking about the Plain Thought. Plain Thought is quite southern today, Imperium.
It's pretty southern. Yeah, it's not going to be too bad for quite a few of those teams. Of course, around luckily, on a side note, we won't see like the hot drop Picado area, but the two teams that dropped in Picado, by the way, are not playing in today's game, so that leaves a free city for these teams. Now, whether we have two teams drop there is going to be a different thing, but it does leave a free city available for these teams. So that's going to be interesting to, of course, to know how that's going to go. And TJB are just dropping down. One player, ShowTime, is going to get a little bit caught out. UMP on TJB is, of course, going to be quite valuable. And, he's gonna get knocked, and only S with the pistol whipping his way through to get that knock. Job done.
Job done, and especially if we talk about short-term guides, he got a AKM, so couldn't get the time to utilize it. But somehow, at the end of the day, it boils down to you are being eliminated. But here we're seeing WBG getting very close to 4 a.m. 33 Swan right on his knees, and WBG getting the first knock. I believe the second knock of this match, and there will be a flush down also on the side of WBG. So 4 a.m. losing one player in the early stage of the game, and in the hands of WBG right in front of us. 4 a.m. is down to 3 men.
People were telling me that you needed better in-game sound, so I've looked to turn that up. But it's always hard because if I turn the in-game sound up, it turns up the Chinese commentary, guys. So I've got to make sure that's balanced so you can still hear our voices. Appreciate the feedback. On a side note, how many seconds for you until the blue zone? What's the timer ticking down on?
On my side is 118, 116, 115.
Oh man, we're perfectly synced, my dude.
Yeah,
we're perfectly synced. Let's
go.
Let's
go.
go. Let's go. I was like, oh, we're gonna have to like play in pause, etc., etc. But okay. So no, I'm low key delighted about that. You have no idea, like. Oh my lord, JD onto RSC, another early knock, another early kill. This time in the favor of JD.
Absolutely, these early kills will get 2 points each. So, really helping these teams to, revamp up, getting those early points in this game. But RSC dropping down in Los Leons. It will be interesting to see how these teams move, and especially if we talk about the circle, the first play zone. It will actually tell the story where these teams will be locating afterwards. But DKG, they will be also moving around, and I believe this team, the way these guys were playing during the weekdays, especially, there is a big question mark on my side how they will be playing today. But there's a evolving meta of UMP. What's your thought about that, Imperium? Because we are seeing a lot of these Chinese teams using suppressed UMP.
We are seeing a lot of the Chinese players and teams use UMP, but I don't think that it's any more than other guns in the Chinese meta. I just think it's more than the global version, which means that it looks more. Like, I think it's great that there is, another gun in the meta of the Chinese version. You're still gonna have the M4, the AKM, and the barrel in play, but you add a Thompson and the UMP, as well as that kind of Uzi close quarter combat. Yeah, there's gonna be trade-offs and there's gonna be personal choices, but if more guns are kind of meta in some way, I just think it adds a bit more variety, adds a little bit of spiciness. Maybe if there's a bit more of a trade-off between the guns, it might be a little bit better, but at the end of the day, yeah, I like that the UMP is a bit more featured.
Absolutely, but the reason why I believe these guys are using it, because suppressed UMP have a better fire rate than the unsuppressed one, and that's the reason why these guys are using it at close range. And UMP with a suppressed extended mag is kind of a beast in close ranges, especially if you're suppressed. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the whole how you're using it, how you are using this weapon in the close range, because this is quite less damaging in the longer ranges. So a lot of these SMGs will be used in close range, so that's better for these players to actually get those engagements in the close range, especially using that weapon.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so the blue zone is starting to close in. We have a couple of players of TEC pushing their way into the circle, with TEC as well following suit. Because we don't have a map perspective, it's always a little bit harder to see exactly where they are, whether it's inside the circle or where they even are in the map, because obviously everything's named in Chinese, and as much as you recognize a couple of things, you're never quite sure, not until you actually see the map view. But either way, TeamPai are now also rotating into the circle.
Actually, we can just hint down what's going on, but at the end of the day, it's all boils down to the level of getting familiar with all these ranges, all these areas in the Miramar. It's really hard to sometimes tell which part of the map these guys are playing. But when it comes to the whole circle, teams are trying to move in and getting that position in the circle. WBG, these guys are outside the zone. TJB is also outside the zone, still standing. So we'll be seeing how these teams play. But look at 4AM and RST. RST losing 2 players, I believe 3 players, and 4AM also losing 1 player in the initial stage of the game.
Yeah, it's RST not looking best. They're losing another one. Wow, you spoke for it, right? TeamPai picking up another kill on the 4 Angry Men on the northeastern edge of this phase 1 circle. Woo! Let's go. And then Q9, YZZ is gonna have to deal with Qing Bao B of RSG.
Yeah, these guys are in close quarters, so maybe just tracing down all their surroundings, see if there is anybody around. But at the end of the day, if we talk about 4AM, it's kind of becoming an everyday thing for them, getting caught during rotation and losing 1 or 2 players, and especially losing player in the initial stage of the game really puts you on a disadvantage. You have that body disadvantage for later stage of the game. If you are going against a 4-man standing squad, definitely you will be wiped out in a second.
RNG pushing on through as we're going to be getting into phase 2 soon enough, right, my friend Ashan? As DKG across the road from ST. ST lost that player early on, right on the drop spot, so they're instantly down to 3. But sometimes, and this might sound weird, but sometimes it's actually better to be working with 3 players. Like, I'm not going to say right off the bat because you don't want to load into lobby with 3 players, but losing player very early on rather than losing a player in phase 1 or phase 2, because if you lose a player like, right from a draw spot, it gives you an instant kind of, hey, this is how we play the whole game as a 3-man. But when you lose it like mid-game, you have to switch it up a little bit more and your strategy needs to change. But the phase 2 has rotated. You still have the little islands in play, and it's about 50% water, Shan.
Yeah, absolutely. Impala is going to be in play. So we are seeing teams rotating inside the zone, trying to get some place, because the kind of terrain around Impala is really difficult to maneuver, especially if you're on vehicles. The kind of ups and downs all on your way definitely make it very difficult for you to maneuver fast. And at the end of the day, you will be losing your players while rotating. But it almost, we are talking about there's kind of a thirsty circle. Yesterday we were seeing circles, 50% in even the last circle was 50% in water. So having less play area or being on a disadvantage on being on coastal area where it's no hard cover, much of the hard cover available, it will be really difficult for these teams to actually get the fights. And there you go, ST1 losing 1 more player, RNG getting that knock and taking down player out of the vehicle. So 1 more kill on the side of RNG. RNG taking 1 more player of ShowTime. ShowTime having a hard time moving through these terrains.
Yeah, ShowTime should change your name to Hard Time for this game, because they are indeed having a hard time. And honestly, like, I have a lot of kind of, for me, I have a lot of my focus, not focus, but I see ShowTime is having a big amount of potential. So losing players off the back of this game 1 here in the weekly finals, day 1, is obviously going to hurt them a little bit in terms of getting a good start. But playing around these Impala Mountains is very tricky, right? Because, yeah, you're on elevated high ground, but there is an element of sometimes not being able to fully see who is behind you, and there is still quite a risk there, especially as we've already said, like a good 40% water is in place, so it instantly shrinks the landmass available for these teams.
Absolutely. DKG and ST, they're quite close, moving close to each other, and having that disadvantage, especially DKG having that advantage of height, definitely it will pay them out. If they'll be picking up 1 more kill from ST, they will switch the gears for ST to the passive gameplay. But TC and TEC getting a good part of the urban areas of Impala. Impala, and they're looking quite situated right now. TEC, once again, playing those hilly areas, and this will really help them in the later stage of the game, especially they can block the rotations of teams coming in.
Tiamba in the feed, coming on to getting a couple of shots on some players, and then the circle does shift up north on this phase 3. That's not a bad shift, believe it or not, because most of the teams are already in the circle. It shrinks the water availability, and it does, you know, automatically put a little bit more balance in the land mass available. There's still I noticed there's a bit of an area on the southwest that is possible for these teams to access if they've obviously, you know, been threatened with caution and are a little bit aware.
Absolutely, and if you talk about Tiamba, it will be very difficult for them to actually get into the circle. The part of the area map where they're situated right now will be really difficult to pass through RNG, especially Q9. Q9 will be guarding a lot of teams coming inside the zone, but on the other hand, 4AM, they're down to 2 men. WBG still looking at them, you know, trying to get those kills, especially when you are having that compound to compound fight. It's really difficult for teams to move across, especially WBG. If they'll be deciding to push straight on 4AM, definitely they'll be getting a lot of you know, side from other teams, and it can be an early elimination. But there you go, still FPP, but the kind of spray down, the kind of the way these guys are playing, especially, is really nice to see the way they are lasering down the opposition.
And they've given communication to each other, the players on Tiamba, that there is a player from RNG there. Look at that little jiggle peek, right? The jiggle peek is something that we don't see enough in PUBG Mobile. That's shades of PUBG PC right there, by the way. Oh, 77H from up on the hillside is going to get a knockdown, and maybe that just wasn't enough pressure being applied onto RNG from Tiamba, but it is going to be a counter. Knock, and the second one comes on through. That's going to be a confirmation, and that's going to allow Tiamba to maybe be a little bit more dominating, but the members of RNG are still in the distance. They've got 2 players up. They got 1 knocked down. Both teams are suffering.
Absolutely, 2 men standing on the both side, but Tiamba having 1 player bleeding out right now. TT is actually bleeding down, but Tiamba player, he's trying to give this cover fire to his teammate, but somehow RNG managed to get that reset, and they'll be confirming their kill. And there you go, 1 player getting to the fallen comrade and getting him, you know, back on his feet. So Tiamba will be once again 3 men standing. 1 more guy, TT is still waiting for that revive, but RNG will be confirming that kill.
People asking to lower the sound of Chinese commentary. Well, I've lowered the sound of Chinese commentary, but do not give out about the in-game sound not being loud enough, because I can't separate them. This is me taking from a stream.
Yeah.
But let me know if it's a little bit more balanced for you guys, as phase 4 has shifted on up, and it does go a bit to the east. So it kind of makes the water a bit more of a factor, not in the sense of teams are actually going to go in the water, but that coastal line play that Q9 currently have a 2-2 split on is so strong. And then up in the north, there might be a little bit of coastal line availability.
Oh. Absolutely, and talking about coastline, teams trying to go to the coastline and getting all those players taken down. ST getting 1 more knock on RNG, and it will be confirmed right away. 98k leaving this lobby, but look at Pi. Pi is actually pressing on STE. STE, 1 player is down, 1 player is on a different location, and he will be confirmed also. But on the other side, if we talk about STE, there were 4 men standing at time, but now they are down to 3 men. One guy is already eliminated, but STE really struggling. Pi is actually pressing further, and there you go, STE retreating from the position, and this way Pi claiming that vital compound on the coastlines of Impala.
Pi played that perfectly, because it's a compound that's pretty nicely in the circle, but it's also the kind of area where if you overextend, if you push too hard, you could get third parties. So all they wanted to do was push them back, and that's exactly what they did. As DKG are gonna crash in on towards a couple of buildings held onto by TMG, and that's what I talked about pre-show, right? Using so many of these smokes to eliminate the vision that your opposing team has because it's hardcore mode. Yes, your opponents hear the sound of footsteps, but it's not on their minimap of what direction it's from, so you have to be finely high-tuned, and it allows the smokes to become a little bit more of a factor in play. But Tiam from DKG is going to get in the vehicle and heal up. Such an OP strategy to allow yourself to not get caught out, but TMG going to get third party from TC in the distance. A second knockdown comes out at the hands of DKG, and TMG, although they were looking pretty solid at the start of this fight, are now looking so much worse. Their third player is knocked down, and now they have just one player left up in their side. I don't know exactly where he is. I think he's in within those buildings, but DKG are looking for that revive, while RSG maybe attempting to third party this one.
Absolutely, RSG is quite close to actually DKG getting that reset, but on the other hand, TMG is down to last two players. One player is getting revived, and on the other side, if we talk about RSG, they were actually witnessing the whole skirmish breaking down in front of them, and TEC from a far range having those mini shots, getting those kills on TMG, especially if we talk about this whole situation. RNG, one player actually get caught near JDE, and it will be confirmed right away. SZ getting confirmed, one guy on the RNG still waiting inside the compound and waiting, and there you go, no idea. JDE confirming that last kill, and with that, if we see RNG taken out of this match with only 5 points overall.
And TJB, I think, went for a bit of a just a wraparound on the opposing teams, but maybe they didn't have full information on how many teams were left, and they went for a bit of a central circle position. It's low-key worked out, but here's the thing. It's the stage in the game where there's a massive risk going for that kind of rotation because it makes them a target. Like, look at TEC instantly shooting down upon the players of TJB in the open fields, whereas if TJB played more on the edge of circle, they could have taken pressure away from them and still then moved into that position by being aggressive later on. I'm not saying it's not going to work out, but I just think it was the wrong time to pull out that kind of rotation from JB.
Absolutely, and TEC, this position is really paying off for them. The height advantage that they have is really helping them out to pick all those kills in the open area. So it will be easy for them, especially to guard all those teams that will be moving inside the zone. And look at the zone. The position of TEC, they are considerably inside the zone, and they have that advantage. First of all, they will be looking at two different locations and picking up two different teams. Look at TEC. They were at a moment looking at a different team a moment ago, and now they're guarding TEC. But at the backlines 4 AM, somehow they're creeping inside, and they'll be closing further on TC.
Still have a three-way dance on the edge of the circle. TKG, though, getting one of their players knocked down in the open road, and TMG, one of two players up. He's picked up a kill. That's good. I thought TMG were down to just one, to be fair, but now the other two players, DKG, are going to crash in on towards this garage. Lovely pre-molly or pre-nade being thrown out by TMG. It was a pre-nade as a molly went in through the window. That's what I talk about with the Molotovs, just using it to suppress your opponents inside that building, giving you automatically a little bit more time to play on through. Unfortunately, it's only that one player, DKG, that's pushing onto a garage. It hasn't been both of the DKG players available, which in my eyes doesn't make sense unless he's just going for that edge of circle play. But he should know that RSG are there as well, and that makes it a lot harder to deal with a third party.
Absolutely, he cannot move out of that location. If he will be moving any way out, any side, if he goes from the right or even from the left, they will be picked up from RSG. And DKG, one player leaving behind, is, I believe it won't be a great idea, especially where TMG having two men in that compound. And on the other side, RSG still trying to get a knock on DKG. If there will be a knock on DKG, definitely it will be a big setback to the side of DKG. The peak was about to come, but RSG player, go for a switch, and there you go. DKG getting that dot. TMG taking that kill. TMG taking down DKG. Last player, Tian, will be sitting here waiting for TMG players to come out. But the kind of mistake that DKG made, I don't expect it from TMG also.
Yeah, and I don't even expect that from DKG in the future, to be fair. All Tian can do is say to everybody, I am a car. I am not here. Don't worry about me. You know, I am being one with the cars. I'm just doing a little bit of repair work. It's all cool. Don't mind me as ST on the coastline. Going to take shots onto the side of Team Weibo. The circle centers up. You have TC on the edge of Impala. As a 2-2 split right now, do have a bit of a position in the circle for two of their players, but it is 100% all about TEC. They hold the controlling part of this circle. There's plenty of spaces available, but with so many teams on the edge, you're going to be clashing much closer to each other to get to that entry point in the circle.
Absolutely, WPG, the last player, somehow trying to survive in the midst of Pi and STE. Both of these teams have their crosshairs on WPG, and this guy is just praying that they don't spot me. A lot of smoke is deployed, but for how long these smokes gonna work? But on the other side, if we talk about TEC, they are at a better position, and TMG somehow taking that engagement with DKG. DKG Tian somehow, getting out of that repair work and getting into a real fight, but it will cost him his life, and DKG eliminated from this match. TMG getting some handsome amount of kills, 3 points so far, and still 2 men standing.
Still 2 men standing indeed. TJB have been able to survive up until this point towards a more central area of the circle, but JD now being taken out. No, sorry, TJB now have 1 player left standing. RSG coming on up to fire through, but he's gonna have to hunker back down and heal himself up. Weibo have been taken out, as far as I know, by TeamPai at the end, while Q9 now playing across the road on the very sliver of the circle on the southern part. That's why they send YZZ over across the road on towards that dip by the road, but it is down on the low ground where we are going to have TZ possibly going to be able to third party and pick up a couple of kills. They're all going to be fighting over each other. And Sunflower, who on a side note, just want to say, shot as TJB go down. Q9, baby, dealing with 2 teams at once.
Absolutely, and Q9 is kind of a big pain in the back of most of the teams, especially if you talk about RSC. They're taking knocks from the side of Q9, but TEC having that height advantage, still playing pretty good and having those knocks on the opposition team. But RSC, they managed to get close, and TMG, 1 player is quite close to RSC, but somehow TEC is getting those kills, and RSC will be taken down. TEC confirming the last kill on RSC, and there you go, all confirmed. But Q9, they are still
so
in the play. All 4 men standing, and now they are lurking around TMG.
Yeah, and on a side note, fair play to TMG being able to kind of survive against between TKG and our RSG, to be fair. But Q9, they came in late, but they came in hard, they came in heavy, they came in controlling and that's always the way you want to do it when you're coming in on the late stages of the game.
Look at this.
Sunflower being knocked down, the M24 pat the headshot, bolt a shots being fired up, but now Q9 are gonna have to deal with STE. TEC, on a side note, took that kill away from STE, which is not the worst thing in the world, but just something to note, as Q9 just going to back off a little bit. Wonder Comrades is across the road, and Q9 gets a knockdown onto Lolita.
Absolutely, Lolita getting on his knees or her knees. I don't know what to call that.
It's a he. It's a he.
On his knees. So at the end of the day, TEC, look at the position. Casters is also pointing on the position of TEC, and it's really paying off for them. Those kills, those hidden one is really playing off for them. They're getting those knocks confirmed for themselves, and that's the reason why we are seeing TEC handsomely on the top of the board with 8 points right now. 4 men standing, no way around down. No team is quite close to them. 4 a.m. right now at the footstool of this hill where TEC is already camping. Somehow this guy is just waiting and praying nobody close in on him, and somehow he will be managing to get to the further zone. But if we talk about the eighth phase of the game is about to open up for us, and it will be really hard for teams to actually maneuver around. Play zone damage will be quite considerable, and especially while seeing TEC at that height, I believe this chicken will be secured by TEC.
Ooh, interesting. I don't know. I reckon it could end up going against them if they haven't already. I don't know if they have. I think they might have, but they need to think about like having 1 or 2 players down on the very low ground of that rock.
Yeah.
I feel they have 1, which isn't bad, but they need to have, in my opinion, 2. Yeah, they have 1 player down on the lower rock, but if they have a 2-2 split, I do think that'd be more worthwhile at this late stage of the game, as SCE are pushing on towards Pi. It's going to be 1 knockdown secured with the help of TEC, third partying that one, no doubt, just being the thorn in the side for every other one of these teams in the lobby across the whole other parts of this game. But SCE, they're not going to give up. They're not going to stop pushing in and encroaching onto the space that Pi currently hold onto the eastern side of the circle, hoping that phase 8 shifts in their favor. But there's another team, Q9, who STE moved away from, that they're going to have to deal with eventually as a grenade. They're being chucked up. STE going to stay alive as a 2-man team. But he walked right into the molly. He walked right into the molly and got knocked down for it. F in the chat, boys and girls. F in the chat.
This will be a big setback for STE. STE really need to look at their defenses because Q9 is also pressing from the backside. Southern side is also, pretty much covered for STE, and Revive is coming up. But how long they can survive between Q9 and Pi? Pi again, 2-man standing, and they will be looking at STE. The knock that they got from the Molotov, it really give them the position that there is somebody there. But somehow their utilities are not dropping down on the right place, getting those knocks, but STE successfully getting that knock. But somehow Pi getting that knock from the side of Q9 to 4 a.m. confirming that kill for themselves, and Pi is down to last man standing. STE getting that kill and clearing up that ground for themselves. But how long they will be surviving, that's the question, especially Q9. Q9 have a very vital position in the zone.
They do. We lose 4 a.m. We're down to our final 4 teams. I definitely do want to touch upon what happened in those moments on a side note and why Pi unfortunately ended up, the losers in that stage of the game as TEC and Q9 together take out STE, and we have 3 teams left up. We have TC, we have TEC, and we have Q9 4 V4 V2, and the 2 4-man teams are so they are incredibly close beside each other, while Q9 plays on the low ground dip of that phase 8, but phase 9, that's gonna center up, that's gonna be important, and it could make it easier for TEC to close out this chicken dinner winner in game number 1 of the finals.
I believe this match is going toward a huge strat, and the teams will be prepared for that. TEC, especially 2 players, they are down in the valley, and actually they are looking at Q9 position. Q9 will be getting a centralized position in the 9th phase of the game, but somehow they're getting a lot of damage being dealt from the side of TEC. But on the other side, TEC cannot jump down from this hillside, especially if they will be jumping down. TEC is already waiting at the footstool, waiting for those players, waiting for those kills to drop down on them, and they can confirm. But somehow those vertical nades, are they gonna, actually could be a setback for themselves?
Come on,
TC especially.
Low ball.
Oh, there you go.
Low
what
ball.
An amazing Molotov. TEC player getting down Molotov. Oh my god. TEC being outplayed by the guys of TC. 1 knock on the side of TEC, and this kill probably will be confirmed. TC confirmed that kill, but somehow these guys are totally obliterated from the side of TC. TC getting 1 knock. 2 players getting that damage. Molotoving being thrown, and that utility use, I must say, it is somehow very epic. Allen getting that knock. Q9 getting the play and confirming those kills on TC. TC last player surviving the smoke, and there you go. Surviving a sliver of HP, but taken down, and killer chicken dinner winner, whatever you call it, going toward TEC. confirming that chicken dinner from
good.
that position, that was epic, I must say.
That was so good, and TEC did what I suggested, right? They sent 2 players. They had 2 players on that low ground, and that was so vital to them closing out the game. Because not only, on a side note, as a 3-man team, they took 2 fights at once. They took out the 2 players. 1 player of TEC, we didn't see it because the camera wasn't focused, but 1 TEC player took down Q9. While the other player of TEC that was down on the low ground was firing Molotovs and spraying onto the TC players in the corner of that phase 9. And that was so good by TEC. Like, that was one of the most deserving chicken dinners in a while, because not only was it that, yeah, okay, you had the circle look, right? And that is always going to be a factor in PUBG Mobile, Peacekeeper Elite, whatever you want to call it. But the fact that they did so much with that, third party, picking people off, they were not quiet. And when they needed to set themselves up for that late game positioning, that's exactly what they did. Such a deserving win from them.
Absolutely, and capitalizing on that position where they were holding since the 3rd and 4th phase of the game, especially a big, GGs to them, especially from the side of TEC. The way these guys maneuvered on the top of that hill, and especially picking up those kills, those vital kills in the valley, was really crucial for them. But somehow TEC, 1 player taking out the whole squad of TC, and the way this guy pushed the use of Molotovs and having those 4 times scope with and Scarl, those kind of sprays were really epic to see. But TEC in the first match securing a big number, I must say, 30 points on the table. Q9, they managed to get 14. It's a massive lead. Look at Q9.
As far as I know, that's the single biggest point gate we've had so far over the first 3 days. And I was thinking that, not that I'm saying that teams were going to be like super passive, because that's not really the PEL way, but you know, I suppose maybe because we had so many teams be aggressive over the first 2 games, that the team in the, you know, the start of these weekly finals that was incredibly controlling and kind of, you know, constantly aggressive showed up more. And in this case, it was TC. 30 points.
Oh, GG, I must say, a big number and a big lead, especially if we talk about the points of Q9. They have only 14 points. And if we talk about TEC, these guys are stealing the whole show with 30 points. 30 points, a big lead, even if they have bad games today, even 1-2 games, going not the way they planned. Actually, still, they'll be having a good outing so far. But look at the faces of TC after the match. These guys were totally disappointed the way they were holding at that position, and they were guarding everyone around, especially the way they were third-partying RSG, especially the way they were third-partying Q9. Q9 was in the open area, but TEC taking out the show with a big number of kills, and especially if we talk about the placement points, getting that chicken dinner really boosts up their confidence.
For sure. On a side note, look at the suits these guys are wearing, and PEL jackets that are sparkly. God, like I want that, man. I want that. So cool. I want that'd be so cool. Like, oh man,
really cool. Especially look at that guy with the beard. It looks. It really
adds
up.
That guy's
that
beard is just.
Yeah, pretty trimmed and pretty cared, you know.
So OP. Absolutely OP. Like, honestly, his facial hair is mwah. It's chef's kiss good. That's how good it is, to be fair.
You know,
and then so okay, so I want to talk about the fight between STE, I think it was STE Pi and Q9.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why Pi actually ended up suffering the most in that is because, as much as a player of STE got knocked down from a Molotov, and it wasn't even about Q9 being in the area, in my opinion, for Pi. Pi knew that TEC were up in the mountains, so they were really not confident about pushing, even though in theory it was low ground. They weren't confident about pushing down because they knew that if they stepped one pixel out of place, TEC were going to third party them, right? And that made it so much harder for their ability to kind of push in onto ST. And then when you did add the factor of Q9 coming into play, that was just, you know, that was the main reason why TeamPai ended up going down. I don't think it was their fault, to be honest. I genuinely don't think so. It was just a circumstance and the situation of where other teams were around them that just made it hard for them to push through in a incredibly strong way.
Yeah, absolutely. The entry knock on the side of Pi, it really decimated their confidence because STE somehow they were doing that reset, especially, and on the side of Pi, when they got that knock from the Q9, the confidence drop really, you know, couldn't get them further in that game, and STE, you know, capitalizing at that point and getting that final kill, it totally taken out Pi from the game. But somehow Q9 and STE having a good outing so far, but TEC still stealing the show. First game and going like this with this much point is really make that statement for all those teams out there that we are here to play and we're gonna win it.
And you know, like I said, these are the points that count, right? These points count from week to week. Now, of course, TEC will need to continue to qualify for the weekly finals, but the point is, presuming they do, those points are going to be massive. Yeah, okay, following suit, it's going to be a lot of games, 50 games in total across the 5 weeks. So one game is you know 1/50th of it, right? But to start on such a strong note is as you said correctly, sending that message to the other teams. Now, on a side note, people were requesting your face cam.
Oh, come on, guys! I'm not that handsome, you know.
So, hey, look, you know, I can insert your beautiful face into the overlay if you're up for it, my friend. I know it said that no cam was required, but the people are speaking. You know, your fans are speaking, Hassan. They, you know, like.
Yeah, maybe we can try. Maybe we can try for tomorrow. But actually, the kind of fan following I have is very minimal. So I can, you know, give them a message right away. Oh, guys, come on, man. Come on.
Hey, look, you know, I put it out there, said, would you like to see Hassan's face cam? And, you know, they said yes. Yes, give me more. Give me more. You know, the people are speaking, so that's all I'm saying. But for sure, we can do it for tomorrow. We can do it for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
You know?
Actually, they know the kind of, you know, I've been a big fan of yours, and they want to see me blushing on that stream, actually. So these guys are really, I must say, naughty in that term, but somehow really excited. Actually, the way these teams are playing Imperium, it really reminds me of the PMPL Turkey, because this is the way Turkish teams play. They don't care who is in front of them, which team is there. They just go in, you know, taking out all those defenses, and at the end of the day, getting a handsome amount of kill. But TEC capitalizing at their position and having a good first match for themselves.
Man, yeah. So true, man. Like this is great. Like you also have no idea on the side how much like automatically easier and better it is to cast when you're casting with somebody else. Like solo casting is great and I love it, but it's like when you're casting with somebody, one, you automatically have more breaks in talking. Two, you're able to vibe off each other, and three, you're able to also even just, you know, admire the other person's casting, and you know, the absolute spot on. So, you know, this is good. This is really good. I'm loving it. Man, game 2 is going to be on Miramar as well, my friend. You know,
a lot of Miramar in these Chinese meta, especially the way these teams are pretty much seasoned on Erangel and Miramar. That's the reason why, even if we were, you know, while we were checking out PMGC, these teams in Nova and 4 AM, they were pretty much really spot on the maps of especially Erangel and Miramar. And if you talk about Sanok, they were really struggling there.
For sure. Sorry, just replying to an Instagram message. Yeah, you're dead right. Somebody asked in chat, Imperium, would you go to China if they asked you to cast PL and PC in English? Yeah, I would. Of course I would.
Why not? Why
Is the
not?
Pope Catholic? Yeah, I would like massively go to China for you know, an opportunity of casting PM PC. To be fair, it's actually a great question. Pushkar, a guy called Pushkar Sharma asked in chat. It is a good question because, you know, if I were to do it, I'd imagine they would want me to be there for like pretty much the whole year, right? I can't imagine it would be for like, well, maybe it would be for one split or one season, to be fair, but either way it would be for like a couple of months, so I could understand why, you know, why I would have to think about it, but I wouldn't have to think about it for long. I'd 1,000,000,000% do it, like 1,000,000,000% do it.
Definitely, it will be a big exposure, especially a lot of viewers outside China. They really want to see, especially if I talk about my own region, South Asian region. These guys really want to see how these guys are playing. And after a year, these guys come into a big tournament and getting all those teams decimated around, especially when it comes to teams, especially on the side of Americas and South Asia. They don't have any idea where these guys like to drop, where these guys like to move. So if we are doing this watch party, this will be a great opportunity for all those teams that will be, and the viewers especially, sitting out watching this. This can actually help them to make their strategies. Yeah, make the strategies, because in the Chinese, they won't even understand a single thing. They can just see people moving around. They don't know why they're dropping on Picado and why they're dropping on School, or maybe why they're dropping in Pachinki. What's the rivalry? Which are the rivalries where teams can actually, you know, the opposition team can actually get a value out of? For example, yesterday we were talking about STE and AG. They were, you know, really getting to each other. They were having a rivalry, especially in Pachinki. If there is a team, especially on the South Asian region, to like to drop into Pachinki, they can actually get those free kills. They can actually, you know, this is how this watch party can be a great help for all those teams out there.
It wasn't on a side note. It wasn't. It was the two teams that have been battling across the multiple maps have been. Oh my lord!
It was AET and STE, I believe.
No, it wasn't STE. Sure. No, as far as I remember, it wasn't STE. As far as I know, it was. It was ACT and it was SMG.
Yeah, SMG. There you go.
And none of them qualified for. That's why I said at the start of game one that none of them actually qualified for the final. So, you know, Picado's free, and also now Pachinki is free. So we could see a team go to Pachinki for the Erangel games and have a bit of a free pass. Now, of course, changing your drop spot is not something you do lightly, right? You don't, because it requires a different pathing into most circles. It's going to require a different kind of play style within reason, because you're automatically more central in the map. But if you're used to dropping there in the past, or you've tested it as a secondary drop spot, you know, definitely use it.
Absolutely, and this way can really help them. If there is a English stream, you know, a lot of casters like myself, it'll be really helpful for them to, you know, see which team is performing how and which tournament. So at the end of the day, it becomes a surprise factor for a lot of teams out there, because they don't know what's the strategy of all of these teams playing in PEL. All year long, they practice in secret, or maybe, you know, if this is being on aired, still a lot of people don't know. And you know, having that English stream, it will be a big, broader viewership, and at the end of the day, it will be really helpful for all those teams out there, you know, planning to play against these guys.
According to somebody in chat, and I don't know how factually true it is, apparently this year they're letting the players share the stream on YouTube. I don't know if that means like the live stream, or like they're allowing them to share like the VOD on YouTube. I don't know what it means. If it's either way, if that's the case, that kind of low-key makes sense, because I haven't gotten copyright strike by Daddy Tencent over the first 2 days. Not yet anyway. for the stream, whereas when I did PEC, Daddy Tencent copyright strike me for the 2 days of PEC, but I haven't had it for the 2 days in PEL, so maybe that kind of makes sense, but I don't know. Again, I don't know how factually true it is.
Absolutely, I believe the point that Anmol is
Okay.
making here is that these streams are being streamed on different players' channels. For example, he's mentioning 4 a.m. Swan having that
Yeah.
stream on his channel. So
But
I believe
on
that's the
YouTube?
reason why.
Or who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Actually, it will really help. But one thing can, if they really add up in that, having a English a roster, casting all that, and at least having those names on that map in English, that will really help.
Okay, so on a side note, apparently it's a fake 33's fan. You know what? Honestly, we're not. It's not worth conversing about it. To be fair, with all due respect, let's just get into this first game of the day. A very easterly playing path for these teams. It's not the worst, but it definitely could be better for a few of these teams in my eyes. Again, Picado is free for any of these teams to drop to, as Q9 dropping down in Impala, Tiamba, and Porto Pre. So RG very south, but they'll probably rotate, grab vehicles, and go to Valdemar. As far as I know, that's where RNG like to loot up, and 4 a.m. are gonna head to El Azhar.
Absolutely, well, Demar will be a very good point actually for most of these teams, especially RNG. The way these guys are hopping into the vehicles, I believe they're directing toward that position. And there you go, Coster also mentioned that. But early skirmishes breaking up in front of us. TMG losing one player, STE getting that kill, and getting that kill really early. It will really help STE to getting those 2 early points. But first blood of the match is drawn. But look at the circle. Circle
Wow.
this time is quite centralized. There's no water, so I believe the thirst of the circle is quenched. So we'll be seeing a lot of urban warfare will be there. I believe Monte Nuevo area, El Pozo area will be really crucial for these teams, especially these areas. I don't know why if there's some sort of these guys are not looking at those areas. El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, these places are full of loot. Why don't you go and place yourself accordingly? And STE having that kill in graveyard, now moving toward a centralized position.
One thing that I love that the casters have to play with, Asan, is that they're able to, telestration, right, where you're able to basically draw stuff on the screen. Normally that's reserved for like analysts, post game, but the casters are able to do that while casting in game. And I swear to God, I will live for the day that I have that in front of me, that I'm able to do that, because that will make my casting so much easier. Because sometimes it's so hard and you waste like 5-6 words trying to explain exactly where you're unless it's a big city, but explaining where you think and where you'd love to see a team go, and if I just had a quick circle that I could draw on the areas, oh my God, it would make it so much better for me to be descriptive while using less words in my casting. That honestly, every time I see it in the PL, I'm low-key jealous. Low-key jealous.
Actually, these guys are getting some, really, I must say, modernized in terms of technology. Especially, this will really help all those casters real time. As you mentioned, it will be really easy for us to point out, and you can actually, right in the match, can tell the real time rotations of the team, where they're trying to move and where they're trying to go. It will really add up more value for the viewership, especially the viewers. And sometimes these visuals can help those people who don't understand, much of the English, but still they really like to, listen to the stream. So these visuals can actually help them to see what we are pointing at. So really, it's really helpful. I'm looking forward when we'll be getting this in the global tournaments, especially in PMCOs and PMPLs. But look at STE, they have that first kill, really confident. But on the right side, if we talk about our overall leaderboard, TEC is still having that lead. Look at the lead, 16-point lead overall.
Crazy, 16-point lead, over double the points a second. Place right now. Let's see if they can follow on suit in this game too, while TC Allen on that bike. driving his way. You get information for his side. 4M's rotation is going to be a little bit tricky. In theory, they can play on the kind of northeastern side into the entry point in a circle. But one thing that 4AM are used to doing effectively is playing the edge of circle, so they'll have no problem waiting until like phase 2 pops up even before moving into the circle. So it's really not the worst thing in the world for them. One thing that I noticed as well, even just in terms of areas inside this phase 1 that are obviously unoccupied, is you got the La Drillera Hills, which is on the west side of the map, outside of Monte Nuevo, south of Monte Nuevo. That would be an incredibly valuable spot for a team to go. Or you got the Crater Field Mountains, which is obviously just down the south of Crater Fields, which would also be really valuable for a team to kind of perk themselves on top of, like TEC did in the first game, because they're able to get a lot of information and create a bit of a controlling start for your journey.
Absolutely, especially Monte Nuevo, the position, especially right now in the first play area, is really crucial, because if a team gets into the Monte Nuevo early in the game, the way TEC capitalized on their position, they can actually do that in this match and can actually get those handsome kills. But JDE closing up on
Oh.
RSG, Qing Bao and DD getting ready for that fight, but somehow JDE still they are pressing easily, not easily, but in FPP mode, it will be really easy for them to press further on these players. But Molotovs are being used from the side of RSG combo, somehow stealthy and taking the first knock, second knock, 2 knocks down on JDE, a big setback, but somehow, there you go, third knock, oh my god, what an amazing performance from the side of RSG, and there you go, JDE getting an early elimination from this match. What an amazing performance by RSG, especially Guy Kun Bao. The way he kept himself stealthy, not moving in even a single muscle, it was really great to see.
Like, that was so good from RSG, by the way, because, yeah, okay, JD pushed in with a very big lack of information, okay?
Yeah.
And that's okay sometimes, but what RSG did so good there is that they used Molotovs to slow down JD, and that allowed not only Qing Bao, but the whole of RSG to come in on that church side compound. And even if Qing Bao hadn't have been successful, by the way, his teammates would have instantly have backed him up. So yeah, Qing Bao showed off his individual prowess, but RSG, make no bones about it, they were well set up to take that fight against JD, and indeed they deserved those points. And with the first 2 circles, you're getting a whole load of points, and that's going to be very beneficial as RSG instantly move up to 4th.
Absolutely a big push for RSG so far. Second match, and if you're sitting on 4th position, it really shows your overall performance. But look at Pi; they are moving; they are not staying anywhere. For the last 2-3 minutes, I'm seeing these guys just moving around, and I don't know what they're searching for, but still not getting the right position for themselves. But casters are pointing out at the position right now in Moto
That's
Nuevo,
where I
the
recommend
side
it.
of Moto Nuevo.
Yeah, that's where I recommend. I should have, to be fair, I should have called it the Monte Nuevo Hills, but I always think of that as like Crater Field Hills, to be honest. But that's the area that I recommended for a team to be. But TJB, they have a 2-2 split, which I think is pretty good for phase 2, especially because it centers up quite nicely. But TEC are looking to overtake that region, and they are going to have to climb hard and heavy to take TJB off that spot. And what is it? There's a little bit of a saying, what goes around comes around, right? TEC, they had the high mountain control in game 1, but look where they are now. They're on the low ground, and they are potentially going to become the victims of TJB on the high mountain area.
Absolutely, and they'll be, I believe, sitting here for quite a moment. But the way this guy's from the player from TJB is pointing out, the kind of trigger discipline we are seeing on the side of TJB is really
So true.
something worthy to talk about. But TEC, they somehow moved out and going at a different location. TJB still not even moving a muscle and even shooting a single bullet. Just not want to give his position right now. TEC 3 man on this side, but height advantage definitely will be with TJB.
Oh, RC now gonna crash in onto TMG, and the team that defended a crash earlier on are now gonna be the ones crashing in. They find TMG. TMG were on the rotation, just one of their players got caught out, and that was very, very clean cut from RSG. Man, they're okay, RC, I'm feeling you. I'm seeing you, and I'm loving you.
Yeah. Absolutely, RST getting a big push up. Even is like a phase 2 right now, and they're sitting on the second position. TEC still 4 man standing. One of the player from TEC is quite close to TC, and this I believe is not that good. But TC one player is also surrounded by the players of TEC. There's kind of rhyming words really confuse the viewers and even myself.
right?
But still loving it. Tiamba really struggling to get inside the play area there, outside of the zone. But somehow at a different location. 4 a.m. Suk got picked up by Pi, and it will be, confirmed right away. 4 a.m. getting once again an early casualty on their side.
Did they rotate all? Did they rotate to Monday Nuevo? If I'm not or El. Is that El Pozo? I think that's El Pozo. And that's a little bit unorthodox for 4 Angry Men, considering where they landed. They don't normally go for like a deep rotation in the circle, but TMG, on the other hand, taking a fight against TDKG, and hey, TMG lost 2 players. They're down to 2, so they are on survival mode, and that's the way to survive. You don't always stay quiet. Making noise will help you. But at the end of the day, the second last player of TMG has been taken out. There's one player. Actually, no, he hasn't been taken out. Yes, he has. So it's just one player left on his own, and he's going to have to try and do something. He's looking up and towards the high ground, low-balling a Molotov. That's pretty healthy. He's going to low-ball another Molotov, but he wants to try and reposition. He has to do something with those Molotovs being thrown out before they burn out too quickly.
Absolutely, DKG getting that wider reset, but now they'll be pushing forward toward TMG, last surviving player. And there you go, entry comes in, and Tian getting that final kill on the side of TMG, and TMG getting eliminated from this match right away. It's just the third phase of the match, and getting an early elimination really will be a big setback for them. But look at the position of TJB. They're still at the centralized position, and having that centralized position at this point of game, it will really help them. A lot of teams actually will be looking at that position, but somehow if they will be successfully managing to defend their compound, they can actually being in the final circles really easily. But ST really close to Q9. YZZ having that smoke in his hand, and on the other side, ShowTime player, he's trying to get a hold of Q9 YZ. And where's this guy? Is he inside that mountain?
He's become a WWE wrestler, you know that? He's called The Rock. My God, my jokes are so bad. But you know what? They're never going to stop. For Q9, honestly, their position is pretty good. Obviously, that 2-2 split is at risk, but I do think it can be beneficial, as 4 a.m. gonna lose another player at the hands of TeamPai. Bit of a feels bad, man. YZZ moves out from the rocky mountain of this terrain and gets caught out. Unfortunately, Sunflower wasn't able to really support him in the right way because he's lower down, and that's where ShowTime were able to capitalize on that quite nicely. And then you have the other ShowTime player up in the higher hills that is suppressing Q9 from peeking out and getting a counter knock. So really good from ShowTime, good comms, good coordination.
Absolutely, and looking at that replay, Pi getting another player from 4am. So 4am is again down to 2 men, really struggling outside the zone. RNG, Tiamba there also outside the zone, but 4am somehow they're not getting enough. RNG having that firepower shown on 4am. Swan, he's really struggling. These guys are really struggling in this phase of the game. Last match, they were, getting a lot of casualties early in the match, and now still again they're 2 standing. It will be really difficult for them to move. But look at the way for 4am. It's
Yeah.
really open area, and these haystacks, it will be, not much of a cover, but still, it will be a good position to hold.
And this is what I love about TJB on a side note, because even though they gave those Craterfield Mountains over to TEC by having an early kind of 2-2 split, they knew that, look, Craterfield Mountains, it's going to be good early game, but is it really going to be beneficial mid to late game? Probably not. So they set themselves up for 10 minutes into a game, 10-15 minutes, and that's exactly how it's paid off for them. But DKG onto Tiamba, and knockdown comes on through. They went in blind. Unfortunately, they're going to pay the price. Luckily for Tiamba, they still have 3 players up, so if the full team rocks on up, it does give them a chance to take this fight a bit more successfully, but they don't really know how many players of DKG are there unless they've really kept an eye on the kill feed. They could really believe that there's a full squad, but RSG on the third party, hoo yeah, let's go.
Tiamba, they are somehow being peppered down from 2 sides. DKG holding that compound, but Tiamba having 2 players knocked down and 1 confirmed from the side of Qing Bao. This guy is not coming slow today, actually getting 4 kills confirmed in this match. But we're looking forward. Tiamba is again 3-man standing, 3v3 situation right in front of us. A lot of smokes being deployed. It seems like it's a lot foggy on Miramar today, but RSG on the outside, they will be looking at this whole skirmish, and most probably they'll be picking some kills. But 4am getting 1 knock on Pi, somehow getting some revenge on the players of Pi, but I believe Pi will be getting that reset. 4am, they are not in a position to actually aggress on any team, which is 4-man standing.
Q9, Sunflower and RSG is pretty healthy, but Q9 are definitely suffering the heat of a late rotation and being outside the circle. They have 2 players left up, but we saw what they did previously on the first game, right? They came in late and they were quite controlling, but this game is a much different story. The terrain's different. The fact that they only have 2 players up, it's not easy to deal with. And RSG going to look to compound their way through. Going to be knocked through on through. RSG, though, the last player of Q9, doing something with his current process. He's low in health, Sunflower, but if he can use that vehicle outside the shack and move on to get the revive onto his teammates, it could be pretty healthy. However, phase 4 is closing in, and the blue zone isn't the easiest to deal with, so to speak, as Qing Bao B is doing a great job of holding on to the anchor point for RSG, but he's going to get put down to about 2 health.
Absolutely, this will really give him some time to actually move forward and get his player revived. But Q9, they're really struggling. 2 players down. The play zone is on their faces, and actually it will be really difficult for them to move further. But Qing Bao getting that attention from Sunflower. Sunflower moving forward. Qing Bao in the smokes, and the point where he'll be showing some pixel, he'll be taken down. Q9 Sunflower, what an amazing gun power this guy is showing. And there you go, comes forward RSG Qing Bao once again coming out with flying colors and getting a disengagement also in his favor. This guy is playing on a different level, but they stand out between Tiamba and DKG. These guys are not moving out.
I respect Sunflower going for that 1v1 rather than trying to go for the revive. I respect that.
Yeah.
But in the end, the smoke play, the pre-fire shots just went in the favor of RSG. We still have Tiamba and DKG coexisting for the time being in this compound, but there's going to have to come to a breaking point. That dam is going to break. The truce will need to be broken at some point. But look at the movement from that off angle of the DKG player. He is having to be very, very careful. Peeking up on top of the rock. This is good. DKG, I feel, are really setting themselves up for a beautiful flank knock and
Oh,
kill onto the Tiamba players, but they're gonna trade on up. DKG gonna feel the burn as one of their players is knocked down. Make that second. It just leaves 2 up for DK. Sorry, 1 up for DKG.
oh, Molotov comes in, and there you go. Burn, baby. Actually, that Molotov got connected on player BKG, really taking him down to 50 HP, but he revived his whole health at the right time, and there you go. 1 more Molotov, and it will be it for Tiamba. Tiamba is again resetting his players, but this way, shouldn't be doing that way, but DKG, Tiamba, somehow they're securing their kills. Tiamba getting this engagement all out, and there you go. 1-on-1, taking 1 player down, but cover on time coming in. Tiamba, TD sealing that deal for Tiamba and getting DKG eliminated. But third-party fires still coming toward Tiamba.
I thought that was possibly going to go against Tiamba because I thought, wait, the revive's being pulled off. You might not want to push in, but it was the right timing. And credit to Tiamba, they take out DKG, 2 teams who are, I'm expecting big things from here in the PEL 2021 season. And as we get into phase 5, the blue zone closing in. The sun is in my eyes, but I'm doing my best to keep an eye on what's going on. Can't really see the map. ShowTime still up as a full squad, looking from RNG on the high mountain train. Actually, sorry, TeamPai are looking for RNG in the high mountain train as, you know, the circles have been centering up. And that is a nice dance, baby. Dance Disco Inferno. And that's going to be that kill confirmed. But not before Pi W is going to get taken out in return from a player of RNG.
Yep, RNG also having 1 player down on his knees, but the timely revive can really help. But STE really closing forward on ST, closing on STE. Lolita will be the first line of defense for ST, especially Lolita. If we look at the position of ST, Lolita getting those fires. ST somehow getting that knock. STE on the back end, they get the revive, but somehow they couldn't manage to capitalize on their position for long. And ST closing in a 3-man rushing in towards the players of STE. It will be really hard for them to cover up, but somehow the position they are unaware of. STE player with an AKM and a red dot, you know, just trying to get an angle on the players of STE. Pre-fire on the door, not gonna help. On the other side, STE Lolita flashed down, and STE is down to 2-man standing. ST versus STE. This whole situation is breaking down real quick. On the other side, STE player getting 1 knocked down, and reload on time coming up, and this flushed. This player will not be flushed, but another nade being prepared, and this nade can be really crucial. But ST getting 1 knock. On the other side, STE, WYLL, this guy is playing something, but there you go. I shouldn't have talked about him, and he is down. ST getting 1 more kill confirmed on STE.
On a side note, I just want to point out that ShowTime all across this have still had a full squad up, but they sent 3 players in, and the reason why they kept 1 player on the off angle is because they knew that there is still a chance that a team could actually push in from the side, right? And you have that 4th player as a support, as a little bit of informational point, so it makes it easier to deal with any kind of potential third party. What did benefit ST is the fact that they got a very early knockdown onto Lolita, so it automatically gave them the man advantage, and the final kill comes on through. The 4th player, ShowTime, shows up, and that is going to be a squad wipe in the favor of the boys from ShowTime.
Absolutely, we are down to last 9 teams, 23 players still in play, but somehow Tiamba being peppered down by the side of WBG. WBG getting some crucial kills on Tiamba, and they're left to last man standing. But TC, somehow these guys are waiting again on the footstools of Weibo Hills, and waiting somebody come nearby, and having that, you know, surprise factor in their in their side, and they can really help get those kills. But TJB with those really firing up buggies, trying to move into the circle, while 4 a.m. on the side note, so you will be waiting for them. Actually, 4 a.m.
Don't know he's there.
They don't know the position of
They
4
don't
a.m.
know he's
player.
there.
There is a nade being prepared, and the third-party fires are also coming in. But ST getting knocked from the side of TC. Kill confirmed by from the side of WBG, but still kill got confirmed by the side of TC. TC getting another kill on the side of ShowTime.
Nicely done. But Showtime do still have one player up that they can utilize. But you got to make sure that you are surviving and striving. 3 players off for WBG as they try and deal with this pressure. It's now only 1 player. No, make the whole squad wiped out. TEC. Man, once again, the high mountainside is theirs to control, and they're gonna reap the rewards. We move on over to this fight between 4 a.m. and TJB. And he actually mollied himself. He took that kill away, but it doesn't matter. TJB will have a controlling factor on the low ground point of the western side of this circle. I can't believe the big Chungus mountain is in play. The Crater Fields mountain is still in the circle. TEC, you've been praying to the PEC gods, the Peacekeeper Elite gods in these games, and it's worked out in your favor.
Absolutely. The big chunk of the 7th play phase is in the favor of TEC, and TEC having 4-man standing, that's really going to help them out. TEC on the other side, they are really struggling, and TEC can actually guard everybody that is trying to get inside the zone. TJB somehow successfully moving toward this hillside, but how long you can survive TEC having that kind of gun power, and especially the positional advantage, this is really going to pay them off. But on the other side, look at the overall, alive count. Every team having only 1 player, 2 player alive. But on the other side, the king of the board, TEC, having 4-man standing and having amazing 36 points.
And, what TEC have realized and what they did need to realize is that they actually can't control every area in this circle. So like the first game, what they're opting to do is they're opting to go for a bit of a 3-1 split. Right, so you have 3 players covering the eastern side of this mountain where they've heard more shots, they've heard more noise, plus it is in theory easier to breach. Whereas the western side, they only need to have 1 player there because it's much harder to actually go up that mountain from the western side. You can see ONES is trying as hard as he might to send that buggy up the hill. I believe in you. But in the end, it might just be you tried so hard and got so far. But TJB, in the end, it's not really going to matter if you can't get to your point. At least they're still in the circle on the western edge, while Tiamba are covering the south side as they can. Looking for TC. That's going to be a knockdown from TC. Nicely done. Cool, calm, collected. TC down to just 1.
Just look at the way TEC is playing. 1 player down on HP, and he sent another player to rescue him and further, and they'll be confirming the last kill on TC. TC last player down there, and there you go. Confirm. Oh, this guy got a reload, but somehow he managed to switch his gun on time. And this way, TEC confirming 2 more kills, but TJB, are they in a better position now? TJB getting some fire down the hill on the players of TEC. It will be really difficult for, especially I call TEC, to see how they play around the situation, because TJB, somehow they managed to get a better position.
1 player got up there, and credit to them. Make no mistake about it. They're very, very well played. But look at this Tiamba. He has no idea. He has no idea. You gotta see it. The squad wiper M249 Tiamba are out of here. Get back to the lobby. 5 teams left, 10 players alive. TJB, credit where it's due. I wasn't sure it was gonna work out, but you have found a spot. You have found a space. You have found a way to become TEC at the end game of this game 2.
Oh my god, 2 players taken down from the side of ST. ShowTime showing some amazing gun skills, and STE peppering down those players of TJB. There you go. ST having 9 points so far, but somehow TEC getting the attention of TEC, and they'll be confirmed ST are out of this game. But TJB, the lone survivor for the squad. Only S right now having that vital position where he can actually take down players of TEC really easily. But on the backlines, look at RNG and Pi. How silently these guys are sitting, waiting for the zone to close.
3v1, v1, v1. Man, TC could be claiming their back-to-back chicken dinner in Miramar in a very dominating fashion. Look at how many points the other teams around them have compared to them. You could not ask for a better start from TC. Even if they don't win this game, it will be such a massive cushion coming into the rest of the day. There's no chance that they're going to throw that one away, I tell you that much. But their mountain battle is going to become harder because this is phase 9. It's the last circle. And as far as I know, it centers up to where that player of TJB is.
Oh! At the end of the day, RNG getting that kill confirmed, but TEC, they got the attention on the side of RNG. Zone is moving out. RNG need to move out. TJB really looking forward to get this kill confirmed, and RNG kill got confirmed from the side of TJB. Last 3 teams surviving in for last 2 teams, I must say. 3v1 situation on the player of TJB. Now you have to descend down this hill, and it will be a death prevailing in the valley, I must say. TEC on the other side, they're still 3-man standing.
Does it center up towards TJB? Does it center up towards Zone? Yes, I don't know. He's looking for the shots. So he's looking for the shots. He's gonna get chunking down on towards his health. That's gonna be the end of him. And it is TEC that claims game 2. They claim the second Miramar, and it is a back-to-back beautiful chicken dinner winner coming out from the side of TEC. They are laughing in their boots at the start they've had in the PEL finals.
What a big push for this finals day for TEC, especially looking at the number of kills and getting those vital position points. Is really gonna boost them, giving them a big boost in numbers and also in overall gameplay and the body language that these guys will be having in further coming matches. But big GGs to the guys of TEC. This is what we call a consistent performance. Again, I believe they have cracked down the code for Miramar. They are somehow getting the positions where the kind of rotation these guys are making is really nice to see. Titan Esports Club, GG to you guys.
And, it's not like, TJB played this game badly. They genuinely didn't, because, they were right to presume that the Crater Fields Mountain was not gonna, really play a massive part in these late game circles. It normally doesn't, right? It really normally doesn't. And even when it did start shifting towards there, they did a great job overall as a 3-man team of separating and getting one on the mountain. I would have preferred it if I had been 2 players on the mountain and 1 player on the side, but they still opted to go for that. And if it wasn't for that beautiful Showtime player getting that double knock, it probably would be TJB's game. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And look at the massive difference TC have. That is a 30-point difference after 2 games. God.
And this difference really will be very hard for teams to catch up, especially a team sitting on the 2nd position and 3rd position. 30 points? It means that you have to go all guns blazing in the coming matches, having those 15-16 kills and then securing a chicken dinner, and there you will be closing up any further. But the kind of performance TEC is giving, definitely they will be moving further with coming matches. The point I really want to make here is, Imperium, that these teams, look at the rotation. The way TJB player, a wise rotation, getting that height advantage, it really was a big pain for TEC. But somehow they managed to play safe, and the players on the side of TJB, when they were knocked down by the players of ST, it was that setback where the guy only as he lose the whole confidence. He was playing very nice. He was taking down players. He was really being that eagle, on top of everyone and looking down in the valley, trying to get anything, whatever he can get, and he was getting those kills, especially getting down Pi, then taking down RNG players. Amazing performance overall by TJB, and especially TEC.
For sure. Also, of course, quick credit to our RNG and TeamPai, who kept their kind of solo players up until the top 4. It's not much, but it is an extra couple of placement points, right, that you're able to, utilize and use to your advantage in the overall standings. So, credit to them. A little bit of luck involved in terms of the fact that the circle shifted continually towards the massive mountain outside of El Pozo. But wow.
Mountain Weibo at the end of the day,
Yeah.
Cradle Feed Hills. That's what everything closed up for all these teams. But Titan Esports Club, whatever you call them, it's a really nice name, and they are really proving to be titans of these two matches overall. But looking at TJB, they were somehow unlucky. The player from the Showtime, he played really well. I must say, the way he guarded that position, it was a really nice thing to see.
Or Showtime, if they had been quicker on that engagement against as far as I know, it was ST, if I'm not mistaken. They had been a little bit quicker on that execution. It probably would have benefited them more in that next circle, but because that engagement, for whatever reason, took a little bit too long, it meant that they had to go for very risky rotation into circle, which allowed he was allowed to it forced to make a late rotation, which of course allowed them to get kind of caught out and end up getting taken out, unfortunately.
Absolutely, same goes with Tiamba. Tiamba, while they were training inside the zone, they lose 2 of their pairs. Having that kind of body disadvantage in the last circles, not gonna secure good points for you. But once again, second match is being concluded, and TEC showing an amazing domination. But talking about the chat, there's this guy Sean Wong. He mentioned that the fat guy in TEC was from. Oh my god, I'm sorry, bro. Not gonna use that word, but the guy in the TEC was
the chunky guy, okay?
the chunky guy. Yeah,
Chunky guy.
he is TES Eagle. He was the third Terminator in PMCO 2019. That's a good information. I really appreciate it, Sean, for sharing all that, man. And FS Punisher. Noah will play next week. Oh, okay, yeah, definitely. Punisher Noah will be playing next week. They weren't able to qualify this week, especially. What's your thought on that, Imperium? They were really struggling for the last 2 days.
Yeah, like obviously not having Jimmy available at the time and dealing with, 2 new players, which is always going to take time to build synergy with. Obviously made it harder. It was realistically, in my eyes, though, still down to their own faults. But hopefully they'll be ironed out coming into next week, and it does give them more time to practice, more time to prepare. Although they're losing vital points in the weekend games, it does give them more time to prepare.
Absolutely, and the kind of performance TEC is giving, I believe will be really hard for teams that are not playing this week or to catch up. And I believe on the other side, on the fun side, I'm really liking this suit, especially guy with the beard. This guy have an amazing suit. Definitely, I'll be taking this picture and showing my tailor to make me one like that. But I'm not sure where I'm gonna get those sparkling things.
Hey man, I'm sure it's possible. Also, I didn't realize that my camera had moved on my side and my face wasn't showing. Not that it's super important, but I've adjusted now. Hey man, I'm sure you can get a sparkly dress, my dude. Yeah, but to be fair, man, the picture you gave me to use, that's a nice suit you have that you're wearing in that picture, man. That's a real nice suit.
Thank you very much. And if I tell you the price for that, you'll be really, surprised the kind of, how cheap, I must say, how less priced things are here in Pakistan.
Yeah.
But somehow we're the hub of textiles, so it's really easy for us to get any sort of fabric.
That's true.
Just get a picture, go to a regular shop and tell them, okay, I need this. It'll be okay, I'll make it for you. Sit, have some tea. There you go. This is how it is. But
Don't worry. I'll definitely. I'll be coming to Pakistan and experiencing that for sure. For sure. I
oh,
will.
definitely
I will
would love to host you, man. Love to host you.
gladly. Gladly.
Like, I just want to ask you, are you like what do you mostly like to eat in what's your favorite food in especially if I talk about, you like to have kind of
So up
go-to
until
food.
recently,
Yeah.
because I have been working on what I'm eating and being a lot healthier in my eating habits now over the past like month and a half. But before that, I had a this is a bit of I had a seafood diet, which is I see food and I eat it. So
Yeah.
no, I don't I like I'm not fussy when it comes to food. Like I'll always try anything once. I'll always
Oh,
try
nice.
anything once. So like going to, a country like Pakistan and that has obviously, much different somewhat much different like, flavors and
Yeah.
foods. Like, I love experiencing um foods of different countries and I suppose getting to know their culture a little bit more through their food.
Yeah, the things that really stand out, especially in South Asian region,
Yeah.
is the spices, the use of spices. It's not that predominant on the other side of the world, especially if it only, I believe, Mexico is the area where they're really, like to eat spicy food. But on this side, Asian side, these guys really like to play with those spices, and that's the thing that really makes it the food tourism in Pakistan is really a big thing nowadays, and even in the back like 5 6 years. But anytime you come visit us, definitely I'll be chunking you up with some biryani and some tikka. That'll be great.
Oh man, I'd love that. I'd absolutely love that.
You ever been exposed to any Indian or Pakistani food before?
Well, I did go to India in November 2019.
Oh,
Um, but I'd say to be one, because it was working for an event, we didn't always
yeah,
get to like, we did go to one restaurant, that is like genuinely like super popular, one of the best restaurants in India, and had like a tasting menu that was like the highlight food wise.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, I wouldn't say I got to experience too many traditional foods. There is, on a side note, there is quite a big Pakistan community in Ireland. On a side note,
Yeah.
um, you know, there's quite a good few people from Pakistan here, so that influence has shined a bit over the last couple of years, and maybe eating habits, recipes, just a general, evolution of food habits in Ireland has definitely been helped by fantastic people from Pakistan moving on over, or India, or any other places.
Absolutely, and that's really a beautiful thing in modern times because uh, the way this fusion is happening across the world, I'm really liking it. But really looking forward to the day me and you will be going to China for especially a food tour or maybe a casting tour. But somehow I really like the fashion of this guy, the guy with the stick. Previously holding the stick, but now this guy is
Wasn't the
on
guy in the
another level.
yellow and grey top?
Yeah, and the yellow gray. This guy is on another level. And look at his shirt. It's having a
It's
tag, a brand new tag on it. I don't
it's
know what it's about,
it's
but
it's kind of like it's kind of cool how casual they're able to dress, dude. It like, because
yeah,
normally like on you'll see them in suits for the analytical side in that regard, but like they're just casually wearing a t-shirt, tracksuit. Like, normally you wouldn't allow the guy on the right with even a Nike tracksuit because that's like a branding thing.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
or at least
But
something
it's a
so
Chinese
obvious,
Nike, I
but
believe.
well, yeah, but like it could make the reason why is good. The reason why normally like companies are like afraid of personnel wearing like obviously branded clothes is that the fear is that it can look like it's it's sponsored
Promotional or
for,
something. Yeah,
but it's cool how casual they're able to be. Then fair, the female on the left is just like, you know, dressed up to the nines, as we say in Ireland, and yeah, it's but it is cool how casual they're able to be in their food.
Yeah, absolutely loving it. The LAN events are especially this kind of events are really a treat to eyes, especially even if you're a analyst or caster there. It's a really a big scene to witness. But uh, it's been a time, it's been a year we haven't witnessed any LAN events, even locally and internationally, because there's a kind of a tough situation going on. But really, looking at the attires, I believe Chinese people really like to have their dresses quite sparkling, and shining. But
Mm,
I'm looking forward to have that suit, man. It's really nice.
stop, man. Yeah, I can't wait to wait to go to a LAN event, even if it's just as a spectator.
Yeah, the kind of
You know,
vibe with the LAN events are out of this world, I must say. That's what we
it's
gamers feed on.
yeah, it is. Like the last event I did casting LAN wise was actually in India. Actually, it was November 2019. I did go to Berlin as well in July and casted a live event, but you know, again, that's in 2019, so it's been like nearly 2 years, so to speak. But somebody asked in chat if this is official casting. Fortunately, it's not official; it's unofficial. I would love it to be official because that would mean I'd probably get paid, but you know, it's unofficial. But I'm doing it because it gives people a chance to, you know, obviously watch the stream and listen to some form of English commentary, and you know, hopefully absorb a little bit more and be able to engage a bit more in the games, and I suppose hopefully enjoy it. Um, and then having amazing co-casters alongside me, like AhseCasts, is even more amazing.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Actually, yeah, you were asking in the beginning of the stream that how to pronounce my name. It's really simple. Uh, Yesterday on the stream, you were pronouncing it like Ashan. It's actually it's an Arabic word. It's really simple. You call A, E and H. You sound like E and H, and then how you spell son is like Ehson. It's it's kind of Arabic word with some of the connectors and stuff like that.
I
So
was sorry, how
it
do you
is
pronounce it?
it pronounced at Ehsen.
Essen.
Yeah, Ehsen. Sun like S-U-N son.
Esson.
Yeah, there you go. You got
Esson.
it. Oh, I'm really surprised to
Okay.
see the
Okay.
way you were pronouncing Pakistan. It was really nice. Actually, you're having that right pronunciation.
Esson. Okay. 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 I'll try and remember that. Okay. Hey, Max Mason. You're getting put in the ball boy corner for 300 seconds. Thank you very much. Think about what you've done. Don't spam in chat.
Yeah.
But okay, Hassan. Okay, I'll try and remember that, dude, because I'm terrible with remembering names because I'm a potato. So I will try and remember that, my dude. I will try and remember that.
No,
Hassan.
no worries.
Okay,
No
cool.
worries with that. No worries. It's just because some of the words in my native language, they're inspired by Persian and Arabic descent. So as the way they're written in English is really different, and when you pronounce it's a bit different. But it's been a very nice experience for myself, watching playing all these teams and having you by my side. It's really amazing. It's kind of
Is
a
on
dream
a
come
side
true.
note, is this your first time casting in English,
To be very honest with you, yes. But
dude?
oh yeah, it's the first time actually, casting in English. But I've been doing in Urdu for PUBG official tournaments for PMCU and stuff like that.
Dude, that I can't believe. First of all, it's genuinely an honor to have me as your first time to cast with in English. Thank you.
Yeah.
But dude, like honestly, it sounds like you've casted in English like for like 3-4 months.
Oh.
Honestly, like yeah, seriously, like I'm low key shocked that you've never casted in English, because you know you sound so clear. Because like I can imagine it's obviously not easy, because especially if you never cast in English, like, you know, your brain needs to think a little bit harder to like, okay, translate, say, or, you know, think, translate, say. And it's like, dude, man, honestly, I'm like, my absolute honorable respect to you for that, man, because that's OP.
Thank you, man. Like these words mean a lot once again. But you know, I've been listening to a lot of English things.
Fair.
And a lot of casting, especially. You know, the first time I heard you, I was you know, watching this European League, I believe it was called.
Okay.
EUL or something like that. And you and
Okay.
Maxman were casting. And
Okay.
no, you were with another guy. I don't remember the name of the second caster, but I listened to that and I was like, who is this guy? And I started searching about you, and then, you know, I was following you from a different account on Instagram, my old
Okay.
account, my personal one, and everything you used to cast, I used to go there, sit and listen to that, and how you guys, because most of my game knowledge and my analysis is entirely based on you and Hot Jukes. The way you guys do it,
Really?
I really like it. Yep, absolutely, I really like it.
Wow. Thank you. That means a lot. Like, with my analysis, I always try and make sure that it's you know, that there is of course a level of depth to it, but it's a digestible depth, right? That it's an entertaining depth, right? Because I feel like it's you know, it's important to have that balance between something that is, you can make a point that is extremely in depth, but if it's not engaging or entertaining enough, it is going to fall by the wayside. It's going to become ineffective. So I've always tried to make my comments kind of relatable, that it's not like just pandering to the extremely knowledgeable players, but if I can say it in a way that is both in depth and does speak to the more casual players or the casual viewers, then one, it's still going to be entertaining. Two, there's an element where it might actually have a positive effect on the casual players watching, and maybe evolve how they think about the game and how they approach the game. So, you know, because I'm not saying I'm always right with my points of view, but, you know, if it allows them to try it, something that I said, and it works, good. If it doesn't, hey, also good, because they've tried something and they found it doesn't work or it doesn't suit them, and that's still information. It's still knowledge that they you know, still knowledge.
Yeah, actually, you know, this is one more shock for you, because a lot of people sometimes we don't realize the kind of viewership that we are getting online, because most of the people don't comment online, they don't know the language that much, but there is a big fan following for you, and especially Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes here in South Asian region, because we really
Crazy, man.
like to watch most of the English streams where you and Hot Jukes, or maybe you and Marksman are casting, because this really help us as a caster and also as a viewer to see the game from a different dimension. It's not about all about having those you know, your M4 loaded and ready to fight. It's not like that. There's a strategy, you know,
Yeah.
associated with the game, and it really helped some of the players, even some of the coaches here in South Asia. There's not a culture of having coaches here, but the IGL of the team really look up to all those streams, see how these casters are talking about what sort of mistakes shouldn't be making these teams, and this really helped them grow. Yesterday,
Yeah.
while we were talking on the chat, I was also writing down there. There's no such thing of coaches, because most of the players that are playing in South Asian regions, they are not even sponsored. They
Yeah.
uh, they don't have
Exactly.
those resources actually to
Yeah.
hire somebody, or
Yeah.
maybe getting that counseling. So
Yeah.
it really helps as
So
a
true.
analyst and caster
So
for
true.
most of the IGLs. They really look up to your streams, especially on the side of if they want to know how international teams are playing, they really look toward you, Master Staff, and Hot Jukes.
Yeah, and that's why, like, you know, when I'm casting events, I'll always, like, you know, look to contact players and contact teams, and, you know, one, obviously give a level of support, but then maybe, you know, in an Instagram DM, I might message the IGL and and kind of go, oh, hey, I noticed this. It might help you. Just I'd recommend trying this, or maybe being a little bit more like this. Not to say that they're terrible, but just to kind of get that little bit of private feedback outside of the cast, and just to kind of go, hey, here's my perspective. Feel free to work on it, and I think it's really healthy, because if the competition grows, if I can be a positive, if a number of people, everybody can be a positive part of the evolution of esports, everybody wins, right? Simple as that. Everybody wins, and it's the same as because I live in a country that doesn't really have an esports scene as well, so that makes it a little bit easier for me. But I love supporting so many regions, and a lot of regions, especially ones that aren't getting, let's say, a lot of wider support, because if I can highlight that region a bit more, if I can have a bit more of a positive impact on that region, where it's highlighted more, or it's appreciated a bit more, and it encourages that region a bit more, everybody wins. I win because I'm a caster, right? And yeah, of course, I need to get events, but if the community is more engaged, if the viewership is better, there's a much higher chance there's going to be broadcast, which in turn is going to give me more work. So everybody wins, right? It's a beautiful push to try and improve things across the board. And for me, it's that's why I love supporting other regions, and especially the South Asia region, and Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, of course India when it was available. Unfortunately it's not, but still support the region as a whole. It's so good to see. It's just so good to see. And yeah, we're all here for the same reasons at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Sometimes we don't realize how we are actually, giving a big impact on certain people, even indirectly. We don't know if we are talking about something, and at the end of the day, it comes out to be a big advice for someone. But once again, at the end of the day, our job is to entertain you guys, and get a positive feedback from your side. And we are ready with our third match that will be played on the map of Greens, I must say. The most, vegan map of PUBG. I must say, the green map of Sanhok. And looking at the playing path. Playing path starting from Lakawi and getting toward a Tambang area. And Nankan and Tambang area it'll be, getting in the middle of that. But ST will be the pilot of this whole plane, taking out players, and one by one we see these teams to try to disperse evenly, and let's see who will be claiming boot camp today.
I'm trying to remember who dropped in boot camp together. I think it was Q9, and I think it was another team that actually it was Q9 and it was ACT actually. But Q9 are here, ACT aren't, so unless STE are they're dropping further, it's okay. But we do have a fight breaking out between JD and DKG in a little bit of a compound on the Sanhok terrain. DKG kicking things off. It's a double knockdown. Bang, bang, coming on through. Let's see if they can find a third, but it is going to be counter-reacted. 86 is going to go down, but now to return fire with the M4 in his hands. DKG looking to clean things up, being very careful. Goes through the pre-fire. Drops a squeeze, going to get knocked down. Unluckily, Tian is going to be able to back him up, and DKG get a squad wipe just like that.
Absolutely getting those amazing 4 kills in the initial stage of the game while losing one player. I believe this is not a bad trade, and somehow DKG getting RSG taking those fires on DKG and getting that kill confirmed. third party, baby. DKG on the back lines getting peppered down by RST. RST somehow they managed to get the guns, and now they are moving forward. Qing Bao, come on, Tian getting flushed out, and RSG just concluding this story all out for DKG. That happiness of having those amazing kill initially couldn't last for that long, and now RSG is in the crosshairs of Tiamba.
You know, in the words of Guns N' Roses, welcome to the jungle, baby. We've got fun and games. We're like 3 minutes into the game, and we have 2 squadrons, and we have another team getting put under pressure in this area outside Quarry. Tiamba picking things off with some lovely shots on the Qing Bao B, and that is the lobby shrunken down. I believe that's 9 players wiped out in the first 3 or 4 minutes. Mwah, juicy.
当时我的搭档是谁来着？当时是大虾说的。是吗？我是跟选手聊的时候知道的。要反观看一下度假村的情况啊。
Are you there, Hassan?
受到了昨天 4M 的干扰。其实我是能够从地。
Hassan seems to have left our area, unfortunately. Hopefully he'll be back soon. I don't know what it is, but Q9 onto RSG. Oh man, it's just kind of like, you know, the hunters become the hunted. First it was Tiamba onto RSG, now it's Q9. RSG down to 2 players. Man, what a way. And now we have Paradise Resort is going to be fought between TeamPai and RNG. A little bit of trigger discipline coming out from W from TeamPai, but he does start shooting with that AKM, instantly going to go back behind a wall, reposition. Always very valuable. Hassan, are you back with us? Oh, I hope he's okay. He must have had a little bit of a connection issue, unfortunately. I hope he's okay, but either way, we'll continue up.
这个桥体非常的关键啊，当然主要还是看一下最后的那个圈是给到哪个岛。
Okay. Looks like I'll continue on in this game on my own. No, I miss you, Hassan. Miss you. TJB. 1 player on his own for now. Bunkering down, playing on the roof of the buildings, and he's gonna start firing up onto 4 AM, making a bit of noise, a little bit risk involved, to be fair, but he does get a couple of connecting shots onto one of the 4 AM players.
Absolutely, and if we talk about TJB, one of the player right on the rooftop trying to get some information for 4AM. Sook getting into the scopes right here on the side of TJB, but somehow he'll manage to move into cover on time.
当然，这个 ShowTime 呢，这里是接管了曾经 RSG 打过的地方。来，先来回顾一下刚才那一波。是从一个很刁钻的位置，一个 QBZ 的连射。而且其实这个距离来说呢，按理来讲。RSG 这边应该是能够扛比较多的伤害的，但由于他们来劝架的时候只捡了枪就过来了。
You there, Hassan?
Yes, I'm still here.
Awesome. I'm sorry, I really needed to go to a toilet, so I said be right back while you're talking, but you just mustn't have heard. It's all good, but yeah, the game goes on. To be fair, you know, we may have 13 teams left, but all 12 out of 13 teams do have a full squad coming in towards the end of phase 1. I know that's, you know, that's kind of normal, but in Sanhok, where it can be easy to, you know, if you're not aware, you can't have a player picked off on your side. It's just something I noticed because we've had like some early game action. So it's like 2 squads, RSG down to 2. And we do see a player of TeamPai getting knocked down, but either way, if that revive can get pulled off in the Tapma Cow region, that might allow Pai to stay up as a full squad, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Absolutely. On the other side, RSC is down to 2 men standing. 4 a.m. Sook once again taking knock on Pai. Pai is again 3 men down, and the knock is almost getting flushed out. 4 a.m. rushing inside the tat mark. It's an open area. This could be a bad decision for the side of 4 a.m. But somehow they are having that confidence. Sook and Hasaki, I believe, will be moving forward on the other side. Pai, these guys are on a different location. One guy that was separate from the side of Pai is being taken down, and 4 a.m. having that kill in their backpack. But on the other side, RSG sitting on the second position, but they will be losing that man advantage. That will be really crucial for the
Okay.
later stages of the game. But RSG,
Okay.
once again, sitting silently, easy peeking, trying to do those dash moves. I believe this is something normal in China somehow.
Phase 2, shifting up on that northwest, so it is most
Oh.
likely going to encapsulate the northwest island, puts ST's position on top of the Chungus Mountain of Sanhok, as I call it, is very heavily in play, and it's not too bad for 4 a.m. because they have the coastline that they're going to be able to wrap around, but WBG in the vehicle will be able to get past them a little bit. And
This
let's
is
see if he's
bad.
going to be
This is
able to
a bad
spot him
news
out.
for them.
33's van looking for the shots off. Does send Z9 into the water, which is good out of the vehicle, which means he's going to be slower rotating. Chance he's going to get caught out later on as Q9 and RNG are going to start battling on
What an
the
amazing
outside of the
rotation
circle
from
in the
this guy.
mainland.
What an amazing rotation from this guy, but somehow he will be spotted out by the players of 4 a.m. WBG is down to 4 men standing, but the player that was knocked down is now flushed out by Q9, really close to RNG. RNG will be moving forward on the other side. RNG 98k, very low on HP. User's utility is quite amazing on the side of
Wait.
Q9, but Q9, they are being aggressed upon by the side of RNG. RNG players are not backing off.
Wait.
Yep.
I think there's a little bit of a delay between me and you on a side note. So when the next circle shifts up and the timer starts again, we'll do a little bit of a calculation or slash or refresh, and we'll see if we can get synced up, because that's one thing I think I noticed during that fight. So for the most part, I'll do most of the kind of play-by-play on that note, just because obviously my screen's the one that's on stream, so to speak, and then we'll try and sync on up. But Q9, that was a beautiful knock through the bottom gap of the house onto RNG. That was like big pog. That was big brain that came out from Q9. They're still up as a full squad, and they're going to be able to go into the circle with relevant ease, while 4 a.m. are still looking for the side of Weibo. We do see RSG getting a little bit of revenge onto Tiamba, and not afraid to confirm those knocks into kills, into kill points on phase 2, because in the first 2 phases, you get 2 points per kill.
Oh. Again, another knock on the side of Tiamba, and Tiamba getting those players eliminated, and now they are down to 2 men. So if there will be a fight breaking down between these 2 teams, it will be a balanced fight, I must say. Nobody will be on a favor, but Tiamba somehow getting again some damage from the side of RSG. RSG player trying to deal some damage on the far ranges. But look at the teams in the circle: RSG, RNG, TC, Tiamba, WBG. All these teams are struggling to get inside the play zone.
Next circle is about to pop up. Oh, it's gonna center off quite nicely on that northwest island. TC gonna try and encroach on the Chungus Mountain, held onto by ST. If they can do that, it would be like the first 2 games, and they will be able to control this circle in Sanhok. But give me an idea, how many seconds for you until the blue zone starts closing in on phase 3?
I believe on my side it is 54 seconds, 53, 52,
Okay.
51.
Can you refresh your screen?
Let me do it.
Good, please. Then let me know.
Okay. Yeah, it's 40 seconds, 39, 38.
Oh, really? Okay, let me refresh on my side. What's it down on you?
30, 29, 28, 27, 27 second, 25, 24. Are we good now?
No. Keep counting.
19, 18, 17, 16,
Okay, we're about
15.
the same now. We're about the same. I paused for like a second. We're pretty much about the same, so it's all good. Now we can
Yeah,
continue on.
that's great. And once again, 4 a.m. They are quite aware of their surroundings. They're somehow guarding down the players of Pi that are trying to descend from a height. And this way, 4 a.m. is being quite surprisingly looking around all of their direction and making sure nobody is nearby. And Pi now really struggling to get into the zone, but Swan getting 4x
Oh!
AKM action from the side of Pi W. And now Suk is the person that will be looking forward. And what an amazing shot from the side of Pi W. And there you go, 4 a.m. getting an elimination by the hands of Pi, and they can easily now move inside the zone with 3-man standing.
Beautiful. Beautiful as TJB walking across the bridge from mainland onto the Northwest Island, being the bridge trolls right now in this lobby. They're being very, very careful how they're making their way up, being aware that they have not that much information. Q9, though, on the other hand, swam across from the mainland onto the Northwest Island. Again, they're not in the most optimal position, but in terms of entering the circle, coming into phase 4, hey, job done, undetected. Let's see what they can do with it while TC use the vehicles to move across the bridge. Making noise, but it's rewarded by going across quickly.
Absolutely. On the other side, TJB picking those kills on Pi, and Pi will be down to 2 men, still struggling to get inside the zone, and TJB will be successfully guarding these guys down. Play zone, taking down players of Pi, and this is not a good news for, I believe, for the squad of Pi, and it will be eventually costing them a lot of man disadvantage. But on the side, TJB, there's still 4-man standing. Pi last man in the crosshairs of TJB player, and it will be in not too far that we'll be seeing the end of Pi in this match. But looking at the circle still favoring Camp Alpha and Camp Alpha Hills. Outskirt
Oh.
STE sitting on a very amazing position right now. But it could be a death trap for them also, because if Circle moves out toward Camp Alpha, we know these hills are merciless.
But what you could do for TMG, what they could do if they wanted to, if they can get to, is have 2 in Camp Alpha and 2 on the compound across the road from Camp Alpha. It's a pretty strong balance between being in the city and kind of being a little bit out in the open for the next couple of circles. But Hatting is out of play, and we have STE pushing onto Weibo. Confirm that kill. Pick up a point. Happy days. STE will now drive on by and get that revive, which is even more important to keep themselves up as a 3-man team. But while they get that revive, TJB maybe heard those shots in the distance, though. Okay, now is our time to at least move away from the bridge and into Hatting to start a potential push into the circle. Still going to have to thread with caution. And that is kind of what TMG have done. They've put 2 onto that compound across the road, while TJB being able to catch out ST. That's what I thought they were trying to do. It's what they had to do. Nicely played, but it's not over yet. It's not over yet. In amongst the blue crates, another knockdown comes on through, and SCE are down to just 1.
Absolutely, and that guy is also struggling inside the zone, so it won't be much of the contribution from the side of STE. But if we look at the overall situation right now, DEC once again handsomely sitting on top of the table with 4-man standing. Somehow these guys know how to keep their player survived for the further stage of the game. But RSG, these guys are also down to last man standing.
Yes.
Good, trying to catch up with TEC, but TEC is out of their league. But if we talk about TEC, these guys are closing up on RSC, and there you go, kill confirmed, and amazing kill confirmed by the side of TEC.
That's the squad wipe onto the second place team. That flick shot from TEC was beautiful. Now Tiamba are pushing in, and they only have 2. So they don't have the biggest amount of advantage. It's going to be a trade knock coming on through. But TEC, like I said, have the body advantage. They have the player advantage. A lovely drop shot. Great pre-fire shots from Tiamba. They're trying to deal with it, but he goes down. And TEC continue to rack up these points like there's no tomorrow. Miramar, didn't matter. Sanok, it doesn't matter. Every game today so far, they are just driving it home.
Absolutely, these guys are playing on a different level, and look at the position right now for TMG. They are now at centralized position, and from this kind of scenario, this kind of visuals of a play zone, we can see now the play zone will be moving out downhill, and ST need to move out. ShowTime need to show up some of the good skills of rotation here, but TJB somehow they're crawling inside the zone, and they will be guarding all those teams that will be descending toward Camp Alpha. I must say, TEC, it will be a difficult, rotation for them as well. But if they have their 4-man up, I believe one of their player is knocked down and they need a revive. But still, TEC can make it to the zone and can confirm this chicken dinner for themselves also.
U9 trying to make their way in. ST maybe, for their mistake, are allowing too many teams to wrap around them and I wouldn't say encroach on their space, but get past them and into the circle. And that worries me. What I like about what Q9 have done right now is that they've kept one player back and the 3 other players wrapping around the side of the rock. And on a side note, wrapping around the side of the rock is like the perfect way of playing this hillside, right? Because there's a much higher chance that if a team is on that big chungus mountain, because you're hugging the cliff, that angle to try and actually get caught out is a lot harder to pull off. It's not over yet for Q9 in terms of safety because ST have their players positioned quite well, but let's see what can happen as TC is under pressure at the hands of ST. ST starting to now wake up, glow up, get the shots off on the teams around them and stop them from getting into the circle. Lovely Molotov being thrown out. That will spread its way through as ST could help finish the job. And Q9 are out of here. I thought ST needed to start making some noise, and that's exactly what they've done. But with the circle moving away from that mountain, they still have a full squad, but that full squad has to do something as one of their players gets knocked at the hands of TJB.
Absolutely, TJB picking up those kills. Now ST have to move down this hill, and this will be a big massacre, I must say, a bloodbath for ST. ST is down to 3 men, 1 player down. TJB only as the guy from the last match, the Eagle of Miramar, will be playing down, and there you go. ST confirming down 2 players of TJB. TJB is on a back foot now, and ST can actually cash on this situation and can move into the zone, but TEC, they're also struggling to descend down the hill. Jumping Japan going on in front of us, and TEC somehow they managed to get inside the down the hill, but WBG last surviving player Z9, he is somehow guarding the players of TJB and not allowing them to get inside the play zone. He don't want them to play, and he want them to be a victim, prey to the blue zone. And as we know, the blue zone in Sanok is way more deadlier than any other play zone, but look at TEC, still they are 3 men standing and they managed to get inside the zone.
TC are still in Camp Alpha on a side note. They, I think, have 2 of their players on the kind of edge on the west, and 1 still further in the city outside the circle. But as the blue zone closes in, it's going to be good for them. I talked about that compound. Those couple of buildings across the road from Camp Alpha was going to be important, and TMG have had their 2 players in there for quite a while. Next phase is about to pop up. Z9 from WBG is the last player standing from his team, but he has stopped, as you noted, TJB from kind of pushing into the edge of the circle as phase 7 centers up quite nicely. Still that compound in play, but TC actually having a player across the road in the open is so valuable for TC possibly taking this chicken dinner, as ST still on top of the mountain, gonna look to take advantage of their high point, but they don't have much time because the blue zone's closing in. But ST pick up a kill onto TEC.
Absolutely, TEC being obliterated from the side of ST, but this won't, go for further long because now they have to descend down, and there you go, TEC getting elimination
Yeah.
on the hands of ShowTime. But ShowTime getting all of that attention from the side of TC. Height advantage, it's not gonna be there for long. Jumping down the hill and trying to get inside the zone, but TC getting another knock down on their side, and ST confirming those kills on TC. But TMG somehow they are silently sitting in the middle and enjoying this whole skirmish.
And, I feel bad for TC because it's kind of 2 squads against 1 as it happens. It's, it's just a product of the fact that ST can't clearly see TMG, but they can clearly see TC, so why would they try and focus on a team that they can't clearly see? So as they look to push down the mountain, of course they're going to try and pick up the kills, and ST wipes out TC. That is the end of them. We're down to our final 2 teams. Credit where it's due to ST, by the way. They've kept themselves up as a full squad off the back of these circles rotating in. TMG going to move away from the buildings. One of their players knocked down. Now it's just 1 player left standing. 13 kills. Looking for the 14s. Sprayed up in the smoke. That player on the high mountain of the Sandhawk terrain is going to help to clean things up, and now it is it. That is going to be the end of it. TMG are wiped out, and ST claim a well-deserved chicken dinner in Sandhawk.
Look at those smiles on the faces of these guys, cheering up each other for this amazing performance from the side of ST. ShowTime actually stealing the show this time, and on the other side, I must say, what an amazing performance by these guys, and they really know how to maneuver on these Camp Alpha hills, especially the way one of the guys moved down, descended down from the hill. It was really amazing to see, but TEC having that man advantage still couldn't capitalize, and the height advantage on the side of ST paid them off. But GG's to the guys of Team ST. Again, getting amazing performance, trying to catch up with TEC, but still a long way to go.
For sure, definitely a long way to go. Okay. Here. Okay. Yeah, absolutely OP. Like, TC still have a pretty dominating lead between first and the rest of the lobby. As we look at the overall standings, Q9 up in 6th. You have 4AM in 9th. That hasn't been the best of start of the days for them. They got 10 points in game 1, but failing to hit the mark. Luckily for TMG, they needed those points because they were only on 6, but getting 10 in that Sandhawk game does put them up to 16.
Absolutely, but looking at the top 5 teams right here, TEC still, having a humongous lead in front of them, 62 points, and on the side of ShowTime, they're still closing up, trying to, but it will be a long way to go. Next 2 matches, if they manage to secure a good chicken dinner with amazing early kills, it could be possible that they can be closing up, but still a long way to go. Reno 5 Pro being displayed on our stream, and Oppo stealing the show all the way, being a big sponsor after Thew.
For sure.
Have you tried Thew? The South Asian version?
Mountain Dew? Yeah.
Yeah, Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I have.
It's a little bit different from international one.
Okay. Is it?
Yeah, a little bit different. I must say, they were tweaking with some quality things on the side.
Okay.
But it's a bit different.
Okay, I didn't know that. No, then maybe I haven't had the South Asian version, to be fair.
Yeah.
Hey, another reason to head over, right? Even more reason to head over. But yeah, like, one thing that I've noticed about, kind of top 5 so far, top 5, top 5, top 6 so far, is that they do have, out of the 3 games played so far, they've like 2 out of 3 good results. They might not be massive results bar like the top 2, but it's still a good level of consistency having 2 out of 3 so far. That obviously will need to continue, but if it does, it will be a really successful day for those teams, like a very, very successful day, because, as a team, you know you're up against like 14 other teams in this lobby, so the chances of you getting a good result every game is always going to be obviously much harder. So you, out of 5 games in a day, you normally want to aim realistically to look for like 3 good games out of 5. And when I say good games, right, I mean like 10 plus points a game. If you can hit an average of 10 plus points a game, you are rocking. So if those 3 out of 5 games are like 10 plus, and then the other 2 games are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 points, that might be a bad game. That's a really, really good day for you in my eyes, and that's what these teams should be aiming for.
Absolutely, is the thing. The teams from second point onward, they really need to up their game, because the way ST they took the charge, they managed to get all those teams, eliminated right on their way. They didn't let anybody to close up, any further. The way Q9 got eliminated, it was, I must say, a big visual for all the viewers. It was really amazing to see how these guys managed to get 2 different angles there on the hill, and at the end, Q9 got eliminated in an instance, single-handedly. 2 guys just taking down the whole squad, and
Yeah.
it was amazing to see. And having an amazing performance by this red-haired guy with 6 kills,
Red-haired
800
guy.
damage. Amazing. That's amazing.
The red-haired guy.
Yeah. By the way, what you call it? Like, it could be a brownish
Yeah,
red,
I
or
don't know. It's just unfortunately one of those things where, as
these guys are making, beside the gameplay, these guys are making a big fashion statement for all the people, all this, players outside China. This is how you keep your hair, your skin. That's really nice. Just kidding,
oh my lord, oh my lord. So two more games, and both of them are going to be in Wrangle.
Oh, default
Definitely,
map.
yeah, definitely looking forward to it, to be fair, because it's obviously, the map that is OG and all the teams should be aware of. And having 2 in a row is definitely going to be a benefit. Again, super curious to know if anybody's going to go on to Pachinki, because the 2 teams that normally drop there are not in the finals.
Yeah.
So it's free real estate, and it's very good real estate. Obviously, if your team is used to it, it's going to be more beneficial. But if you're not used to it, there's no point in taking over that spot. Just curious to see if one of these teams will do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at those knocks from the side of Q9, especially a big brain play. But look at Pi. The way they eliminated 4 AM, it was just amazing to see. And the way the guy just, take down one player with his AR, secondly switching to a sniper bolty, and there you go, 4 AM finished and down. But TEC, somehow they had good engagements and took down players, 2-3 squads during their, marching inside the zone. But look at this, ST totally being, obliterated from the side of Q9, totally being obliterated from the side of ST, and couldn't get a hold of the whole situation for long. The point that you were mentioning there, Imperium, hugging the whole hillside thing, it was on point. It was on point because Q9, it couldn't manage to get 2 different positions, and that's the reason why they were at a single point, and there you go, single position, taking the whole squad down.
Like, in theory, they probably could have attempted to go onto the mountain, but I still think hugging it was just, the best way to try and go about it. I'm very, very impressed with how ST were able to keep themselves up as a full squad off the back of that. Like, I'm very, very impressed. I didn't think they would. I'm not saying I didn't think they were going to lose, but I thought they would maybe lose a player. But that beautiful, balance of control on the high ground and still sending a player down and picking players off was so well executed. It showed that they weren't tunnel vision, that their communication was pretty on point, and they knew what situation they were in, and they knew what they needed to do, and that, was always going to be helpful.
Absolutely, and it's good to see, teams like ST really stepping up in the maps of Senok, where most of the teams have uh, not that kind of experience, especially playing a lot of
Yeah,
Miramar and Erangel all throughout the year. It's really shows how they're adapting according to a different map, but it's really good if they manage to get into the at the bigger stage, especially BMGC. It will be a big experience for them.
pretty well. It really will. A massive experience for them. I'm personally just gonna make coffee, so keep talking. I'm definitely more tired today than I was over the last couple of days as well. I was freaking
Let's talk about let me
dude.
interact with some of the people here in chat because I'm really liking it the way they are being enjoying the whole show, especially if I talk about here Ashutosh. Yeah, Ashutosh, you're right. XQF didn't qualify for this week. Maybe they will be playing this coming week, but. If we talk about overall gameplay, it's really impressing me. But Chishawa Dogra saying Imperium is as good as Paraboy when it comes to play
No,
PUBG Mobile.
no.
Still, if we have to confirm that, me and Imperium going for a 1v1 TDM match, I will confirm that.
That is a barefaced lie. I'm not as good as Paraboy. I'm better than Paraboy.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about. What can be better than that, guys? Having Imperium against Paraboy. What do you say? Should we
You know, I
stream
wouldn't
that?
want to show him up. You know, I'm pretty humble, and you know he deserves the title. I wouldn't want to show him up. You know, it might,
Yeah.
you know, it just might be the end of him, and nah,
Yeah.
no, I'll hold on to
'Yeah, the kind of stardom he got, it will be a big, uh, a bit setback, I must say, for him.
Did you
It'll
know
be,
like he's won fashion awards as well, like you know he's like in the main, he's like you know pretty heavily in the mainstream of China
yeah,
as well, you know, so
yeah,
it's not just like I know esports is more in the mainstream in China anyway, but himself, he's like very heavily in the mainstream when it comes to China, and like he's only like 18 I think, or 19 max, like
yeah.
that's wild. That is wild.
That's what I was talking about. Actually, Paraboy having to be that idol for a lot of these players. Look at the fashion statement of all other players. If we talk about these guys, the MVP from this last match, the boy from with the red hair. Especially these guys are trying to experiment with their looks, and somehow they know how to make them look pretty. Should I use the word pretty for a man?
Pretty?
Is it
Yeah,
right?
of course you can. You know, you can
Pretty
say
man?
handsome if you wanted, I suppose. That,
Yeah.
you know, that's a little bit more, but you can say pretty, like, it's fine. It doesn't matter, like, you know?
Yeah, but technically speaking, these are some pretty men. But I don't know if that will be against, their manhood or something. But
Nah.
you know, but
Nah.
somehow I'm really liking it. I'm really liking it. A lot of
Mm.
these, players, even casters like you, man, they're kind of celebs for most of the people.
Well, it's like, for sure, there is an element of, like, you know, their personalities within the world of esports, and you know, whether it's just China or whether it extends beyond it, they are kind of personalities, and I wouldn't say celebrities, but they're personalities, and you know, and it's great to see that over the last like 5-6 years where esports has grown and developed, and even mobile esports as well, where we're seeing, you know, mobile esports personalities, and that is
Yeah.
yeah, and that it's so good to see, you know, like so good to see. Big time.
Yeah, even sometime if I talk to people around me, I used to tell them back in the days when I used to play Call of Duty, Warfare, and stuff like that. Those PC games. We never realized there will be a game on mobile phone in coming years, and it's a big revolution.
Mm.
And I believe after the release of Wild Rift for the League of Legends thing, it's been a big thing for the mobile community, and it's really easy. Some of the PCs and stuff like that in the developing countries, it's really hard for someone to get a PC and then practice on that. But having a
Mm.
cell phone, a better cell phone, they can actually prove themselves, and that's what is going. I believe that's the reason of success of most of the developing nations, especially on my side where I live, and my neighboring countries, Bangladesh, Nepal, and India. Uh, you can afford a mobile phone, a better mobile phone to play a PUBG Mobile, a good
Yeah,
headset. But if you are going for something like CS:GO or Valorant or something like that, you need a handsome amount of money to get a good PC built up so
exactly.
you can stream and everything. But
Exactly.
this is really nice, I must say, and we should appreciate all these developers that are doing
So
this
true.
for these
Oh
players.
yeah, like it's like like I said to so many people, like esports and casting has given me a career. Like it's given me a career for like the
Yeah.
first time in my life, and like that is like amazing to me. Like and I'll never stop appreciating that, and I'll never stop like being humbled by that. Is the fact that I've been able to have a career from esports and from the communities around that. Um, and that is just massive to me. But anyway, enough about us. Who cares about us? Let's get into this fourth game. A wrangle. That playing path wasn't too bad, and now the teams are starting to drop their way through
Oh,
in
nice.
to
Beautiful.
these areas, and that's a lovely parachute skin.
Absolutely, and the glider that these guys were using. But we are seeing a team in Zarki, TJB, dropping down in Zarki, and this is a really nice thing to see. A split being from the side of TJB, two players in Severny and two in Zarki. That's really nice to see. But on the other side, if we talk about our first play zone, it will be centralizing most of the area on the
Interesting.
side of Ferry Pier and Farm area, and it's really interesting. Especially Q9 and SD are on a wider position, but what I can say, this circle, if we move towards the main island, it will be really hard for TMZ and JDE to move. If they do an
Mm,
early rotation, still it's a bad move.
yeah, for sure. STE on a side note, they went to Pachinki. So they
Yeah.
have took advantage of the fact that that area is unoccupied. They've landed there. The tricky thing about this phase one circle as well, right, is the fact that it does still encapsulate a decent chunk of military island, and that in turn puts a lot more. I wouldn't say an advantage, but puts a lot more kind of leverage on holding
Yeah.
onto a coastal line position on the mainland. So I expect to see the compound to the east of the western bridge, the hills just to the north of that. You have the kind of double barnyard compounds. All of those coastline compounds on the mainland are going to be so much more valuable coming into phase two. I'm not saying it's going to stay there, but in terms of making a lot easier for you to access phase two circles / already be in it, they are going to be the prime real estate areas.
Absolutely, and we are seeing a split strategy from the side of STE. STE is still playing somehow safe. They didn't get, took went into that all in, and still STE two players in Pachinki and rest are in the outskirts. But looking at the whole situation right now, teams will be playing a little bit passive. Somehow we are not seeing any sort of clashes in the early stages of the game, but
Yeah.
after 23, 24 seconds, we will be seeing our zone to be closing up, and which will
Well,
eventually
actually,
decide the fate of teams.
real super quick. What's your timer countdown? Actually,
Uh, it's on 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
okay,
1,
you're
0.
about half a second ahead. That's fine.
Thank
It's
you,
all
thank you
good.
very much. I
Yeah,
really
it's
appreciate
fine.
it.
It's fine. No, it's just want to make sure we're still on point.
Yeah.
In that regard, Tiamba and Milta, they could actually stay there until phase two pops up, because what they could do is, if they stay there while phase two pops up, yes, the risk if it goes towards the mainland is that they've lost position in phase two in the mainland area, right? They might only be able to go to farm, but if it shifts down to military island, they have a much easier access point through the eastern bridge to go down to the island on phase two. So there's a risk, a reward, a consequence, so to speak. But it could work out in their favor, while 4am are looking for only a TJB. Pre-fire shots being fired up, followed by a Molotov. He sees the smoke. He's looking for the shots. On a side note, is this in Zarki as well? That's in Zarki of all places.
Absolutely, 4am somewhat aggressing toward the northern side of Georgia Pool and getting to the Zarki. And it seems like TJB only S is right now somehow isolated. 4am full-fledged pressing in, and look at the position of Swan. He somehow aggressed further and try to get on a different angle. But TJB only S, he will be solo player right here at this moment. TJB, rest of the squad is at a different location, but 4am somehow they want that kill. They are looking really greedy right now, and they want to confirm that kill on the side of TJB. TJB only S somehow got isolated. No other player to give him a cover. But let's see if this will be a clutch moment of this match, or you'll be seeing TJB only S getting flushed down from the side of 4am. And still,
like, I feel sorry for ONES because Zarki is the last place you expect to have an engagement go down. It's the last place. Usually, you know, when was the last time you really saw a fight in Zarki? You know? It just doesn't really happen. So ONES is like, come on, guys. Come on, I'm in like the very northwestern tip of the circle, and you're you know, I'm getting engaged upon. Like, you know, kind of catch a break. But they've yet to find them. They aren't checking that shack on the side of the building, and that's a little bit weird to me. I thought they'd have the experience, but I thought they'd have the experience to check that. Either way, ONES might be able to get away with that one.
oh, that's great. This guy just keep everything normal, not doing anything weird that can, you know, catch the attention of 4am. But still, TJP, this guy is just waiting here and waiting for his teammate to come and rescue him from this stone, especially that he was, you know, holding on to. But Pi, they are trying to get a bridge capped. And having a DP28 on a bridge camp, this is really a big advantage, and that's not fair for the opposition teams because we know when we do a bridge camp and having that DP28 or M249, players be like, "Oh my God, you already have that advantage."
If I'm not mistaken, the DP28 isn't as common in the PEL, if I'm not mistaken, because it has a little bit more of a kick compared to DP28 in the global version. Plus, when you have aim assist off, it automatically makes it a little bit harder, right? No, it's true. So, you know, I'm glad to see it, but, you know, I think that's part of the reason why it's not as common. Don't take my full word on it, but, you know, that's as far as I know. Because I know in the PUBG PC version, which PEL or Peacekeeper Elite follows it more heavily. The DP28 is, you know, it kicks like a mule. It's incredibly hard to control, and I think that's slightly the case in the Peacekeeper Elite version.
Absolutely, and I believe that the kind of use of TMRs is really prominent on the side of these Chinese teams, and the meta is quite shifting toward minis and you know, having those SLRs. But look at the circle. Circle still favoring a big amount of a main island. And Pachinki is still in the place, so TJB will be resting there for a while. And on the other side, SDE somehow abandoned Pachinki, and I believe this could be a good decision for the later stage of the game, but let's see how it turns out to be. But on the other side, TJB still managed to get you know, having all those 4 players up and running, because TJB only S, he somehow got that you know, rest from the side of 4am. 4am also trying to get inside the zone from the side of Georgia Pool.
Tiamba, who disengaged away from Milta and chose for that kind of farmyard or that, you know, near coastal line compound that I said was going to be hot property. TeamPai were given a little bit more space as TEC are firmly in this phase 2 circle, getting a lovely kill onto one of the DKG players. I don't get why DKG are rotating so wildly and deeply in phase 2. They're getting caught out, my friends. Tian goes down, and that is DKG left with 2 players standing. You can't expect to get away with that kind of rotation in phase 2. You really can't. Come on, you're asking to get caught out. As Lolita is going to go down at the hands of TC, but nice from Will. Will is going to get a counter knock on the other side of that little hillside. He's going to confirm it up. Nicely done. He is now the last player standing for his side, so he chucks out his smoke, tries to create a little bit more space. He has a low ground vantage point, but Alan is going to look to flank around. That's a beautiful flank around and try and create a pincer movement onto Will, as Will recognizes that and throws out another smoke on the other side. The reaction from so many of these teams and players is incredibly valuable, and I respect the fact that Will, although he might get taken out, did not go for the revive. That is like, okay, it's not worth it. I can just get in the vehicle and get out of there.
Absolutely, this decision can be questioned on the other side. TCL and confirming those 2 kills by crushing them down under the beautiful car that he got. But on the other side, if we talk about DKG, they are being totally obliterated from the side of opposition team, and now they're down to 2 men standing. 86 somehow surviving in the open. But if we talk about this decision of STE, still is quite questionable. You have that chance where you can put a cover off that vehicle and can get that player revived up back on his feet. But still, things are, this is how the cookie crumbles, once said by a wise man of Ireland. But so this is how it's turning out to be. STE is down to solo players surviving. 4 a.m. somehow managed to get out of the blue. But TJB, RNG, ST, and TMG, these guys are still struggling, trying to get inside the zone and get a good position, or at least a compound where they can reside for a while.
As far as I know, the circle did continue to kind of shift down south towards that mainland coastline. If I'm not mistaken, a little bit of water is still in play. Didn't quite fully see where that circle went, as the map didn't show up. TJB utilizing the Picado Hills that was once held onto by ST, and TC drove them away, and TC then going to use that momentum to push across the road and onto the other kind of, I don't know what hill to call it, but it's such a valuable hill if you're able to control it, while ST looking for RNGC. Oh man, ST Potato Hill, baby, the battle is going to pursue outside the circle.
Absolutely. Circle is also be pushing down, but RNG 77H, he got that nade from the side of ShowTime player, and it will be down on his knees. 2 knockdown players from the side of RNG. 1 more side knock and finish from the side of IST coming on RNG. 2 knocks and 1 guy totally flushed out. But on the side of RNG, if we talk about last surviving player in the smoke, how long you can survive, and ST looking at a different location, RNG player trying to retreat out of this whole situation and want to say, I'm going, I'm not interested. You have your deal, and I'm leaving this whole scenario. But on the other side, Q9 getting an engagement with JDE and taking down a player on the side of JDE. But on the other side, if we talk about RNG, their kills are being confirmed from the side of ST.
Oh, baby. Q9 looking pretty good on the western edge of the circle. On the side note, I apparently said Picado and I meant Pachinki. My apologies. That shows how kind of, low-key tired I am. Apologies. If somebody pointed out and I was like, wait, did I actually say Picado? Okay, Ripperoni, Pepperoni, meant Pachinki. As Q9 doing a great job holding on to that western edge of the circle by the coastline. RSG, DD looking for a nade through that window, trying to encroach onto the space held onto by TMG. Down the hill of Pachinki, of Potato Hills, should I say, as RSG have a nice spread, but DD might be going a bit too aggressive. He's a little bit on his own for now. That's why he's chucked out the Molotovs. He needs to create a little bit of time so some of his teammates can rock up beside him and they can look to get the engagement on to TMG.
Absolutely. The rest of the players are joining in this whole situation. And I believe this way, TMG's position on the rooftop can be questionable because this situation in this kind of open zone can get you knocked down easily. But on the side of RSG, they are dealing in knockouts. But
Oh,
TSG, what an amazing TMG, what an amazing knock from the side of RSG. But there you go, a third party coming in, RNG
wow.
getting that final kill and shutting down this whole situation, this whole battle between those two teams. But TEC on the side notes getting knocks on JDE.
Nice. Nice, 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 nice. TC push in from the outside of the circle. Currently only on 1 kill, but they do have those players inside the building. JD still not afraid to try and take the shots off while the revive is getting pulled off. That will allow them to at least keep going as a 2-man team. Q9 in a bit of a similar situation as STE. Unfortunately, they haven't shown the map on this phase 4 once again, so we don't know exactly where it's gone, other than presumably over to the east, because the west coastline is out of play. I don't know if it's shifted once again towards the mainland, but TC is going to play around, go past. TC as RNG are going to look to get the battle onto TMG. Nicely done on top of the roof. Don't overpeak. Don't overpeak. Good, good. You're looking good. Heal up. Keep on going, but you got to be careful.
Absolutely, TMZ player trying to, throw a nade. I believe Molly will be a better option to go with. But on the side note, ST taking down another knock of TMZ. TMZ is never getting enough from these sides. At first, they were getting, RSC in their way, but now they're having a third party, but RNG player getting that Molotov. And there you go. Burn! And there you go. Burn, baby, burn, whatever you call it. But still, this Molotov couldn't connect properly. The doorway is being lit on fire, but you should have lit the floor on fire, because that's what I believe there's a song saying fire on the
Burn
floor,
baby
whatever you
burn.
call it.
No,
But
it's
whatever you call it.
it's burn baby burn disco inferno. That's how the lyric normally goes, my friend, so you're welcome to use that in the future. But RNG, he was on his own, to be fair, and he did try and kind of stave off the pressure a little bit, as Q9 forced to go into the water of the coastline because TEC got there first, and now they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. A rock being the cliffside, the hard place being TEC, who are covering down, but they've one of their own players knocked out, I think at the hands of either TC or 4AM, so they will need to either look for that revive or do what they can to take out Q9 and allow their player to get taken out completely. Yeah, he's not gonna get revived up. He's way outside from the rest of his teammates. So that sacrificial lamb play will still keep TEC up as a 3-man team and controlling Q9, who get taken out of the lobby.
Absolutely, Q9, the final player, getting giving his ghost to play zone, and there you go. The story of Q9 is finished in this match, but TC, they're somehow doing third party on TC. TC players are also knocked down, but on the sideline, ShowTime getting an engagement with the WBG. WBG is also struggling to get inside the zone, but look at the zone. Zone is still favoring the coastal areas around the main island, and Tiamba have a better position. If they try to go further and get those eastern side of that zone, it will be really crucial. They can actually guard TMG Pi, both of these teams. But I believe it will be a risky move because TJB will also have their eyes set on the coastal line.
Yeah, I love the fact that TC tried to go towards the coastline, but 4M was like, nah, you ain't getting here, my friend, you ain't getting here, and they instantly turned around to 2 players from TC and then rocked back in the other direction. So it was great kind of area control from 4AM on the western edge of the circle. They are in the open, but because there's still 11 teams and kind of 36 plus players, there is a little bit of a distraction point, which is allowing them to be out of sight, out of mind for the time being. They get a knockdown onto TEC, a second knockdown, and a possible second confirmed kill against TEC, which will put them down to 2 players, but it will put those 2 alive players on high alert to 4AM's position.
Absolutely. On the other side, DKG is in a close vicinity of TEC. They can actually backstab them. The revival is
Wow.
being opted in by the side of TEC, but DKG player, he is somehow unaware of his
Yeah.
surroundings. But look at this. It's a phase 5
Wow.
play zone, and still there are more phases to come. I'm just wondering how far
Oh,
this whole
TC.
situation will gonna go.
TC just full sending it across onto the coastline. Gonna look to encroach onto the space held onto by Tiamba. But Tiamba knocks down Allen. That's a good start. That's a good start. And that's going to be a second knockdown at the hands of a little bit of a third party across the road. And that puts TC down to now just one player inside the tiny shack of doom, as I like to call it. Smoke blistering in the wind while Weibo look to push in down on the north side. And DKG 86, he does get one knockdown, but he's going to get taken out in return. And that's going to be DKG down to just one.
Absolutely, but looking at the whole situation, ST and WBG, these guys are in a bit of a pickle with each other right now. They're not even, going further into the zone. They're playing on the edges, and I believe this is a good move from the side of WBG and ST. But ST getting a knock from the side of WBG, and a lot of utilities being used on the side of WBG, and ST somehow in the open getting that revive. But this could be a bad move, I must say. But on the other side, if we talk about WBG is looking quite handsome. The way they are moving, they're aggressing toward inside the smoke. It's really notable. Another player going down.
Nice.
You see in action, and there you go. ST getting an elimination at the hands of WBG, clearing out their way inside the zone, and there will be no one to bug them anymore. And now it's really easy for them to hold this northern side.
Look at the circle shifts over into the northwest, because if it had shifted over to the northeast, the reason why they couldn't wrap around ST was because the second they overstepped their mark over the lip of the hill, the two teams that are on the north side of the road were going to have sight lines on them. So luckily, because the circle shifted over into the northwest, they have a little bit more of an entry point away from those two teams who are now outside the circle. The revive got pulled up onto the second player TC, but he did get knocked down once again at 4 a.m. They've got 0 kills so far in the game, but now is your opportunity to start striking, start racking up the points. It's not going to be without possibly suffering some casualties, because there's still 8 teams outstanding. It's Tiamba with the SLR using that DMR damage. I don't know why any of the Tiamba players aren't just lowballing a grenade into that tiny shack. That would be an instant finish as TEC rock up from the cliffside and go, hey, we're here, guys, we're here. You forgot about us, but we are back, baby, and we are going to take over this circle. We're currently first on 70 points, and we're not planning on stopping.
Absolutely, and if we look at the position right now on the northern side, WBG is clearing out their way. They confirmed the last player of JDE, and now they're looking quite, at a better position. But on the other side, Pi, they're really struggling in front of TJB, and the player moving inside and got it. Almost crushed down by the vehicle, but there you go, Pi coming in once again and confirming that kill with that vehicle. What an amazing play from the side of player of Pi, but TJB dropping down one after another, and the last surviving player of TJB, they will be looking at the whole situation. Pi is still aggressing toward the last player. TJB is down to one player standing, and at the back lines of TJB, there is the WBG waiting for the whole the situation. Once the smokes are dissipated, it will be a big skirmish for the side of TJB. They were looking quite phenomenal, but now they are in a big pickle, and I must say, Pi will be confirming that last kill, and that will be it for
TMG looking for a pre-fire shot. He finds one! He finds two! Bing! Bada boom! I see you! I rule you! And this is why we are looking good. TMG, the solo player standing, takes out 2 players just like that at Tiamba. Now we look on over. WBG, on a side note, was a massive part of why Pi pushed in onto TJB. I loved the 2-2 split from TJB, I really did. but because of that kind of third party, it has put them down to 1. Now WBG are focused their attention on towards the players of 4am, while the solo player of Tiamba 6 in the center of the circle. There's a couple of crate drops that could be utilized. It centers up quite nicely. WBG are actually going for a beautiful 2-2 split, 2 on the north, 2 on the west. That is fantastic confidence compared to 4am, who, to be fair, have 4 players up. They're all together, so there's no real circle control. Now they're a little bit desperate to look for a spot on the southern side of the circle, while Tiamba go down at the hands of TMG.
Absolutely, what an amazing 7th phase gameplay that we are witnessing. TC somehow they managed to survive for this long, but now they have to move inside the zone, and somehow they're descending down the hill. This is something really interesting to see on their side, but 4am, they managed to get one knock on the side of WBG, but 4am aggressing further on TC, one player down, instantly finished, and the last player of TC is downhill on the other side. TMG player is being taken down from the side of WBG. WBG getting another kill on the side of TMG, but look at the position of TC. The TC player is sitting here and trying to do just a survival for his team to take them at least to the top 3, but on the other side it will be really difficult for him because WBG have their crosshair on him, and the angle that Pi is trying to capture here, it can be really crucial. TMG player can easily be eliminated from
and
that
here's
angle.
the thing though. Here's the thing, for 4am, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have gone for that huge, massive shack push if they hadn't have noticed that a player from TC actually pushed out of that shack and down the cliffside, so they knew that there was pretty much only going to be one player in that shack. That's why they pushed in. So great awareness from 4am, as even though I noted that they weren't really separated in a controlling position, they have managed to control and push in the 4am way, and now as a full squad off the back of knocking down WBG, Pi are gonna come in and get a slice of the pie, the pecan pie of Peacekeeper Elite League in the back line. 4am do what they can, but Pi ends up finishing the job, and they are gonna put the cherry on this beautiful wrangle. Pi, and look to close out this chicken dinner as a full squad. We have 3, well, yeah, technically full squad, but 3 players up, 3v1v2. WBG can still do something, and the last player from TC has not been spotted. He's gonna be the thorn in the side for Pi. Pi is going to move away. The backstab isn't going to come on through, so that hopefully will allow Pi, off the back of getting the revive, stay up as a full squad and claim this chicken dinner.
Absolutely, on the side of TC player is still managing to sneak in this whole situation and being stealthy at the same time. But on the other side, Pi player being taken down. The DP action we are seeing on the side of TC, taking down one player. But at this point, will not make a big difference. But on the other side, Pi, they are now aware of the position of TC, and he'll be giving his ghost to the play zone. And we are down to last 2 teams, 2v3 situation. I believe it will be making TC's player making a bit fair this fight for WBG. So if there is a 1 entry knock on the side of Pi, it will be it for Pi. But on the other side, if we talk about W, have that off angle, it can be really crucial for next phase for Pi.
None of the teams will be in the center of this phase 9. That's one thing to point out. The only player that would have been there was the player that got taken out from Pi. Now, there's still a couple of vehicles, and of course the man advantage for Pi to get into that central circle position for phase 9. But WBG, actually no, they don't have a working vehicle to do the same. Their one vehicle is smoked up. Now, they could go for a really risky send Z9 across the road in that vehicle and then have the other player following suit on foot to try and create a bait. But that's what I talked about with phase 9 popping up. That Pi player is going to use that vehicle to get in the center of phase 9. I just can't see WBG winning that between both kind of sides flanked from Pi, unless there's a hell of a lot of smokes. That could be the case. But yeah, Z9 goes down and WBG a little bit slow to push. The
look
mistake
at
could come
that,
on
look
through.
at
They
that.
get the knock. They get the knock. He's not going to look for the confirmation. He is going to get taken out. And Pi do get the chicken dinner in a wrangle.
Absolutely, the last player from the side of WBG, somehow he tried to put up a fight, but it was too late for that player getting knocked down to play zone. It was at that moment where it was all it for WBG, but GG's to the guys off of Pi, getting a handsome chicken dinner with amazing kills and the placement point, really gonna give them a big push. But
Yeah.
look at the smile on those faces. Look at the smile on those faces. Pi really enjoying this win, and especially I'm really liking the hair colors. Actually, I'm going to check out how these guys dye their colors, you know, their hairs. But on the other side, 4 a.m., they couldn't manage to somehow get the full out of the situation. They were 4 months standing. They were having TC totally obliterated, but
Yeah.
couldn't get a hold of WBG and Pi altogether. But at the end of the day, fourth match concluded, and Pi getting this chicken dinner.
Oh, man. Oh, my lord. Oh.
五花八门的颜色，也预示着他们确实红红火火。
Oh man, yeah, absolute pop-off game. We're now having a look at the overall standings. DKG, off the back, are looking very impressive in the qualification. The 2 days of qualification are in 15th right now, unfortunately, but now in the top 5. TC still racking up. Like, look at that consistency: 30, 22, 10, and 11.
10,
Remember
11,
what I talked about with the average, with the
Yeah.
consistent games? A good game is 10 plus points. They've exceeded that, and they have a near 30-point lead over 28 points ahead of second. Like, that is insane.
决立了大功啊！你也看到当时呢
Absolutely, this consistency really pays off for them, and still getting an early elimination in the previous match, they managed to still have that first spot on this finally week finals. But James is asking in the chat who won the Sanok. Actually, it was ShowTime who won the Sanok, the third match of today. ST, yeah, Advanced Generation, you know, telling ST1 in the Sanok. But really, guys, we are really overwhelmed by the support that you guys are showing on today's stream, and
Thank you.
still 300, 400 people watching during the matches.
Yeah, towards the end game,
It's a
like,
good sign.
you know, as usual, kind of rocks up to round 3. It's amazing. Thank you so much, guys, for the support. It really means a lot. It's, you know, you know, hitting that like button and all that jazz. It really does make a massive difference. And, you know, because, hey, you know, I'm doing this to try and, you know, provide a bit of entertainment and, you know, have a bit of fun along the way. So it really does mean a lot.
By the way, Imperium, really congratulations for 10K fam, man.
Dude, it's,
You got
I
it.
can't believe I hate it, man. I genuinely can't believe it. Like, you know, I seriously cannot believe it. You have no idea. Like, I'm going, really? Did I actually hit like 10K? You know, and I'm actually at like freaking 10.7K for God's sake. You know, yeah, 10.799. So I'm nearly at 10.8K, and that's crazy to me. And it's. You know, and it's not necessarily like about the number, if that makes sense, because, you know, yeah, it's great to hit that number, but it's like, for me, because I don't put out content on YouTube all the time. I don't put out like daily videos. I'm not on the YouTube grind. So it's not that, you know, it's not that I don't care about the numbers I get, but it's the fact that the content I put out is, I suppose, to me, very meaningful when I do, as in I'm not putting content out for the sake of putting content out. I'm putting content out when I want to, when I would like to, you know, it's for me as much as for everybody else. And to see that still be supported with the amount of subs is kind of wild to me. And it really puts a smile on my face, and it feels good, man.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, it really matters. The quality of content. It's not about the quantity of content that you are putting on any of the channels. Especially talking about YouTube, it's not some sort of you know a religious thing or something, an obligation to put a
Yeah.
content every day or every week. If you're doing well, if you're getting a word out that really matters, is something I believe is worth more than having a lot of videos, a lot asking for guys subscribe and like, share and stuff like that. It doesn't
Yeah,
make any
exactly.
sense. Doesn't make any
Exactly.
sense.
Weird, my
By
anyway,
the way, guys, you're enjoying it. Just let us know in the chat. You're enjoying it, the whole show.
sure.
You're enjoying these Chinese teams
Sure.
playing against each other. Let us know,
So,
please.
James said if you do daily South Asia scrims live, then soon it'll be 50k. I would love to. I'm gonna try and see if I can do that over the next couple of weeks, even if I can get the opportunity of doing a day or stuff like that. I need to try and find out who's doing kind of the South Asia PMPL scrims and see if I can possibly get a day opportunity of streaming it, just because it would be an honor to cast
I believe
the
it's
South Asia
esports
teams.
mania that are doing those right now, the South Asian scrims. And
Is it
they're
Esports
pretty
Mania that are doing them?
Yeah, I see Sports Mania.
I
I'll
think I'm
share
actually
you
in
the
the
link.
server, to be fair.
Yeah, I'll share you the link for the YouTube and also the contact for their Instagram. They're pretty much giving a lot of people here in Pakistan. There are a few local streamers that
Yeah.
are getting the streaming rights and they're streaming those scrims. It's really interesting, especially seeing all those Nepali and Nepali teams, especially Bangladesh teams. They have really stepped up their game. Especially if I talk about Future Station and Venom Legends. They're
Yeah,
performing
and
really
I
well.
think is it Blood
Blood Legions, yeah. They
yeah,
have changed their
XP
name.
Blood Legions, like that was so crazy to see how
And
much they
PMCO,
improved in
these
that
guys
regard.
were out of this world.
For sure. Yeah, it's the growth and the evolution of the South Asia region is insane. It's it's like people have been saying to me, it's like like this team is gonna rock it in PMPL, like let's say Blood Legion, or who was it that finished really strongly in Carnage, Nepal. And it's like, but I've said to people, like, PMPL is going to be a different beast. Not only is it like a month long, but you're going to be going up against teams like A1 who already have PMGC experience, Abrupt Slayers. You're going to be going up against, DRS, the kind of big boys of South Asia, and it's not going to be easy. Plus Zeus as well, the team that finished third in the PMGC finals. Like, that's, it's next level. But that's what's great about it, is that in turn then in the next split, in the fall split,
Yep.
is going to influence every country and every region. And the fact that, like, PUBG Mobile has recognized that at the right time by introducing separate PMCOs for those regions is so valuable to the growth of those regions and to the growth to those countries and to the region as a whole. It's insane. I can't wait. Like, I can't wait to see how far it goes. Like, and I've no doubt that we could see, like, a South Asia PMGC champion in the next, like, year or two. You know what I mean? That's
absolutely.
easily.
Absolutely. And it's a big chance because the way A1 Esports and especially if I talk about DRS Gaming and Rep Slayers, they managed to get into PMGC. Every time you're seeing a different team out of South Asia getting to the big stage, and it's really good for overall esports scene. But at the end of the day, one thing we are really missing TSM Entity. We are really missing Galaxy Racer Cells. And especially as a viewer myself, I've been a big fan of TSM, the way these guys grew out of that. It's a big scene in India, and I'm a big fan of that. But having that kind of competition, and I'm missing it. Actually, I'm giving out to you guys, the viewers. I'm really missing all those teams. Once they will be back into PMPL, it will be really amazing. All of those matches will be really nerve-wracking, and nail-biting finishes will be for us.
Yeah. For sure. Oh,
but
man.
Look at Seals. Seals, Imperium, another team coming out of wild card, and
Yeah.
they're dominating.
Yeah. It's gonna be OP. Dude, it's gonna be so OP. But thank you so much, Epic Gaming Nepal. Love to you and all of Nepal. On a side note, like you know, the stream can't see it, but like my very first freaking PUBG Mobile like PMCO casting was the 2019 wildcard region. Okay. And that was when Nepal teams, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, although there wasn't really many of Pakistan and Bangladesh teams in the PMCO wildcard, but there were 7 Nepal teams. And I fell in love with the Nepal community from that, because they were constantly supporting the teams in chat. And like I made at the time, I made like a Nepal and the Nepal flag during for one of the broadcasts, just to have a little bit of fun with it. And dude, like that was my first kind of falling in love of the South Asia region, and since then it's grown. Since India, again Bangladesh, Pakistan, and so many other areas, it's just, dude, it's amazing. Like the community is so big and loving, and yeah, it's amazing. Like,
I'm really overwhelmed by the viewers of, especially the people that are behind that community. Actually, I was watching PMC on the side note, Nepali. I really like Seven Seas and DRS, both of these teams. I'm a big fan of Seven Seas True Love. That guy is amazing. But don't take it like a personal thing. But guys, I really love it. Some people in my local scene don't like it. They say, why don't you support some of the Pakistani teams? I do support every team.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we are not biased. We like the gameplay.
Exactly.
If someone is improving, we definitely gotta say about that. And I must say, Nepal scene is quite mature than the scenes on the neighboring countries, especially Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India. These guys have a viewership, but
yeah,
there's a little bit lack of knowledge about competitive scenario.
Yeah,
You'll never see
but it's
somebody
grown.
talking about. Yeah.
No, go on, continue.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. Eventually, in the coming days, I believe that players from these regions, especially if I talk about Pakistan, the wildcard region, and especially Bangladesh and India, the viewers will actually get themselves educated about competitive.
For sure.
How competitive gaming is. You cannot compare it with a classic match of Erangel or maybe a Miramar. It's entirely different. And I'm really liking the way the support is being shown by the people in Nepal, especially after ASL getting to PMGC. It is amazing, and it's really overwhelming.
Exactly. It's just to me, it's like, it's also like, people ask me what's your favorite team, and it's like, I don't have a favorite team. I love all teams, It's like, asking me a favorite team is like asking a parent their favorite child. It's just, it's like I've love for like, so many teams, and like all the teams, and I want to see all the teams succeed and all the regions succeed in their okay. I just want to ask one thing, sir. Why everyone support and give sponsor to named players and group, not caring about good players with low-end device? If they get a chance, they can dominate too. Because it's, at the end of the day, Sarav, esports is also still a business. And if somebody is going to, if a group or an org or a sponsor is going to put their money behind something, they want to put their money behind a player or a team who has essentially proven that, or will give them a return on investment. So it is unfortunate that esports is also a business. As much as it comes from passion, as much as it comes from community and growth, it is also a business. So when it comes to, giving sponsor and support to name players, that is a natural occurrence, right? That's just normal business, unfortunately. And but then again, I would argue that low-end devices doesn't have to stop somebody from earning opportunities and succeeding, because if you it's a factor, but if you automatically presume, it's going to stop you. You are creating that barrier yourself. Whereas if you think, okay, I don't need to worry about the device I'm playing on, I will get better either way, you're limiting that barrier to what is, you know, maybe factual onto the actual device, but you're not limiting yourself, you know? So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, and taking down that advice, I must say, guys, look for those words. These are golden words from the side of a wise guy from Ireland. Once again, if we talk about our last match on the map of Erangel, and we are seeing northwestern side of zone, and especially the zone is quite favoring Yasnaya area, and we have to see how these teams cope up with that. But on the other side, TC dropping down in Georgia Pole area, and it's really amazing to see these teams switching up, a little bit for their drop spot. But ST taking an early rotation and getting inside a circle for a better position on the side of Yasnaya. There you see STE getting toward Yasnaya, and I believe that they will be sitting there for a while and waiting for teams to come.
Yep. For sure, for sure, for sure. Yeah, we kind of got distracted as this game has started. So, let's get into the focus of the game, as this is the final game of the day. This is game 5. This is the last opportunity for these 15 teams to get some points on the board here in the weekly finals. It is the week 1 finals. And it's day 1. They'll have 5 more games tomorrow, so we'll have to wait and see. TJB dropped in Pachinki. Of course, taking the space that was once held by a couple of teams who are not in this week's finals. Did RNG going for a bit of an early rotation because that phase 1 circle was over to the east. It makes sense for them to kind of, off the back of doing a little bit of looting, now rotating into a more central circle position and then loot up more effectively. It's in my opinion, it's a kind of better use of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, if we talk about the chat, really admiring. Thank you very much, Park, for your comment. And Greet says, we don't know how much players have sacrificed to get a good device and improve. But once again, I would like to shed some light on that. It doesn't matter what sort of device you have. If you have a game sense, you know how to play the game, how to be at a different angles. If you don't even have the great gun power, still you'll be managed to take down a good team. But if you talk about this specific game, this is the last game for today. Still, no casualties happening on this map of Erangel. 60 players still in play. 15 teams are in this play. And looking at STE, Quarry, still, an interesting choice from their side. In first Erangel, they were in Pachinki, and now Quarry. A big, I must say, change of plans on the side of STE.
JD starting to rotate away from the military island. What I find interesting is that they're heading towards the eastern bridge. I actually don't agree with that if they're going to attempt to cross it now. I think it's too much of a risk to attempt to cross it now, because on one hand, maybe yes, because there might not be as many teams settled around the area, but I just think because the circle is on the east, it's too easy for them to get caught out. Whereas if they left it a little bit later and rotated on the western bridge where teams are less likely to be, yeah, they are going to be moving into a more center circle position, but they are also not going to get as heavily caught out in phase 1. Either way, we'll see if it's going to work out for them, while TEC and RSG going to, stay close by to each other while they loot up a couple of buildings halfway through this blue zone of closing in on phase 1.
Absolutely, and switching of these drop spot, I must say, Imperium is getting really difficult for us to see which team will be dropping in the same area. Last match, we were seeing Team TJB dropping down in Severny, and now we are seeing Tiamba in Severny. So it's really interesting choices from these teams. But 4 a.m., an early rotation from their side, drop down in Georgia Bowl, now moving toward the northwestern side to get a better position in the zone. I must say, once again, I'm using this word, but better position is really what matters.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
Q9 on the other side, they're also rotating down. They're inside the zone, and it'll be searching for an open area. But I must say, it's a kind of a rough estimation. But I'm thinking that maybe zone goes toward the shooting range area, or maybe goes toward
Mm,
the haystacks outside Yasnaya. It will be really interesting to see how
would
these
be.
teams cope up with that.
Would be, and I like Tiamba on the north of the river as well, but they're like on the very kind of the I call it the tadpole area because I look
Yeah.
at the river as a tadpole, you know, a baby frog, because you have the tail and then you have that leads into the tadpole's head. So I call that kind of the tadpole area of the river, because it's quite highly elevated. It's on the northern side of the river where less teams I like to be, and it still gives them good information coming into phase two. So I do like that. RNG are spread out. It's what seems to be
Oh.
kind of low key pretty heavy. It's only phase one, so it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. As ST has a player knocked down.
Absolutely, and these haystack area compounds, it will be really crucial, especially the way ST is moving in early. It can be really favorable for them for the late stage of the game, especially if we talk about this position where if any team coming from the side of school, or if I talk about Rozok, they can actually see them, or even if someone try to exit Yasnaya Polyana in the later stage of the game, still they can pick them off. So it's a really anchor point, I must say, of this whole Yasnaya area. But
Mm,
TC, they're in the outskirts of Rozok. Rozok seems to
good,
be an
not bad.
interesting choice from the side of TC.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's really not a bad place for TC to be. They're on a 2-2 split. It's very healthy. They're not in the city, but they're kind of, you know, if it was to shift towards Rossok, they would have a really good entry point if they wanted to. But phase two, let's see where it's going to go. Come on,
I
come on,
believe
come on, come on,
it will
come on,
be
come on,
going
come on, come on,
toward
come
it
on,
will
come
be
on, come
going
on,
toward
come on,
TJB or
come on.
RNG. Oh, TJB! Oh my God, it will be
Oh,
going. Oh my God,
okay,
what an
okay.
amazing shift!
Look at 4 a.m. They're going, wait, turn around, wrong direction. Because they were looking to go around Stallbar, but they're like, nah, we can't do that. And they're now going to probably go into the blue, come through via the Ruins Bridge, and then end up on the southwestern / southwestern side of the circle. Headshot Hills, as I call it, is still in play. Teams are now going to start rotating and will create automatically more pressure on the north and northeastern sides of the map where a lot of teams had positioned themselves. It's a matter of how they're going to get the information and push into the circle without getting caught out.
Absolutely, this taking off and a different angle from the player of JD is really amazing to see. They are really stretching out, and the position where WBG is trying to move, it can be a big backstab for them because
Mm,
on the other side, Q9 is also in the close range. Q9 still Sunflower trying to pour some flowers from the to the side of WBG, but these flowers are not going to hit them. But somehow WBG trying to
okay.
passing by 2MG, and
Don't mind that.
no, no, don't mind. Go
It's
ahead.
it's
Let's
it's
move in.
it's okay. Like definitely a bit of risk involved, but because it's less pure flat, it's more kind of up and down while still being smooth. It's just, you know, I'm not seeing compared to PUBG global version. I think that's partly aim assist and partly that I know. I do think the global version teams are much better at taking players out from vehicles than the
Oh
Chinese
yeah.
version. I don't know exactly why, but I think that so. One thing that I know is that kind of rotating near a team isn't as punishing in the Chinese version. So I really like that from Weibo. That was good. Plus they already had two players in the circle anyway, so it was you know, less rotating blind and more calculated on how they moved around to that position. So really good stuff.
Absolutely, and I believe the reason why it's a bit of a joke, but the reason why, these Chinese players are not shooting on those cars, but look at them, man. They're really amazing. They don't want to decolor them, destroy them. But if you talk about the global version, somebody seeing a car, I don't like it. Just let's laser it down and put some bullet in there.
Exactly.
So I believe that's what's happening on the side of global side. But TEC, they are trying to secure some centralized position in the farm area and the outskirts of farm, and somehow successfully they managed to get a good area. But look at DKG having that shelter area covered for themselves, guarding all those teams moving from the northern side, and it will be really, yep.
It's actually not the best position that DKG hold. It's not
Yeah.
the best because, yeah, they get a lot of information on the teams who are outside the circle and they can technically gatekeep, but that's exactly why they need to send a player forward into the circle by the Potato Hill area. It's not that they want to try and control Potato Hill, but with that phase 3 circle shifting on up, if they stay too close on the edge, teams are going to wrap around them, and going up that hill by Potato Hill is really hard to deal with, so it's not going to be easy for DKG.
That's great. Well, by the way, DKG heard you, and they have sent one player ahead
Yeah.
toward the Potato Hill. But looking at one comment here in the chat, and Narian Zoo says Chinese version has fancy cars which have smaller windows, so it's really hard to get those bullet connected. So maybe
Fair.
that could be one reason. That could be one reason. But anyhow, still doesn't make any difference. But JDE getting that dip near shelter area, see if it plays out for them or not. But on the other side, if we talk about Potato Hill, it will be still play in the play for next two phases, I believe, because this third phase in Potato Hill is in the center. If there will be a big southern shift or even a northern shift, still Potato Hill will be in there.
Tiamba gonna take their time on this rotation from phase 3 into the circle, being careful not to get caught out by TJB, who are in I believe they're in the same position that DKG were in, actually, as it happens. So DKG is sending the full team up the Potato Hill area on the northeastern side of this current phase, while RNG are being a little bit gatekept. The eastern side of this phase number 3, and RSG DD might be able to catch out RNG 98k, just about getting away with it, for now, but he's pushed RNG back outside the circle.
I don't know why these guys are still holding on that compound. It's outside circle, and they need to move inside the circle. Somehow, I'm not able to read the distance, but it's in Chinese. I believe that's the reason. But I'm just kidding. But still, this phase 3 is about to close, and still team needs to move out, and that's what ST is doing. And within an instance, 2-3 teams are inside the zone. RSG, ST, Tiamba, and RNG. Still, they're struggling to get inside the zone. RSG, one player knocked down on the other side. Q9 and getting one Car 98 knock, and another knock on the side of JDE. JDE, 2 players down. Still, one player is quite low on HP. One more nade being cooked on the side of Sunflower. Sunflower, let's see if this nade get connected. If this nade get connected, definitely JDE player will
off
be
the tree,
knocked
off the
down,
tree.
and there you go. Finished with an instance. JDE giving it
Off
all
the
to
tree.
Q9.
Off the tree as well. Grenade hit against the tree by the side of the wall. That was a big brain plays, but just as soon as they take down JD, they have another team pushing in, and he's like, no, I'm out of here, guys. You can have that 3 stack. You're on your own. I'm joining up with the rest of the team. This is outside the circle, by the way, and phase 4 that did shift over to the west by the Potato Hill area is now going to force these teams to start to move up in the next 18 to 17 seconds. Man, Q9 though is TEC gonna get pushed upon by STE up on a sniper tower. Wow, wild and crazy. While TEC are down to 2, but they're not afraid to push in. While a grenade is gonna get that second knock, and STE They're suffering casualties. It's a bloodbath on the sniper tower. STE Lolila gets confirmed off the lobby, out of the ground, while the revives getting pulled off. Let's see what's gonna happen. TEC cooking up another grenade, but with the DP28. That is a beautiful reaction. And then out of the window, turning around, the flick shot, the molly. He has to change over to the M24 because he can't reload in time. Now he's gonna try and do it in the smoke, out of sight, out of mind. The tables have turned. That player from TEC is up in the sniper tower, and then Weil is gonna wile his way up there. He takes him out, and that is the end of TEC. What a crazy fight.
Absolutely, and using those utilities, especially smokes, this really helped the player STE to reload on time. And I must say, this is a big brain play on the side of the team. But on the other side, Pi taking an advantage of the situation on RST and taking down Qing Bao. On the other side, there's a lot of third party going on. TJP is also third partying the whole situation. RNG taking that kill on RST. That was being knocked down by Pi. But looking at TMG, they're really struggling to get inside the zone. They're outside of the zone, and still two player standing. One player is down, one player being confirmed. And what an amazing gameplay by the side of STE. The player really took down TEC all out.
So good.
And what an amazing play. Using off utility, especially smoke, that was amazing.
Be careful, you're walking into a fire, you don't know what's happening, and just like that, TJB gets a double knockdown, chuck a Molotov, confirm those kills, burn them to the ground. The Krispy Kreme feeling of a donut is gonna be the end of Q9 with the Molotov being fired up. ST not afraid to recognize that, maybe go for a little bit of a cheeky third party knockdown onto Oni S, but for now, TJB will be somewhat surviving as a two-man team. Man, this is crazy. It's kind of like, you know, one picking off another while another is picking off them. It's very much third, fourth party battles as the next circle is about to pop up.
Potato Hill, still a big chunk of potato is in there. 4 a.m. Sitting on a very nice position, I must say, but somehow they're interested in getting an engagement with Tiamba and TC alongside. But Q9, YZZ, this guy, solo survivor, sitting at the foothills of Potato Hill. But on the other side, WBG getting a knock on 4 a.m. 33 Swan getting knocked down, and there you go, flushed by WBG. ST on the other side taking down the players of TJB. TJB is down to the last surviving player, and there you go, 4 a.m. losing once again, one more player, and I believe two players.
Yeah, they've now lost two. And now, like, what they need to do is they need to look to actually go down as they are, down on the southwest lower side of Potato Hill, which is going to give them more information to try and survive with. And I think that's a replay of the Q9 and JD fight on a side note, but it's going to pan back over to the real-time action as DKG. In a poor previous game, but now they're into this final game as a full squad. They are currently looking in last place in the overall standings. Only 11 points in 4 games. It's not a good average, but Pi looking good. Grenade knockdown onto RNG, just like that. Mini red zone inside that shack.
I believe RNG player got knocked down by his own nade, and that's what happened with him. But Pi, somehow, they now know the location of 77H, and this will be it for 77. I believe Pi will be aggressing toward this position and taking down RNG's last player. So RNG down to one man standing. I must say, TJB and RNG, both of these teams have only solo survivors in this match, and Q9 also. But on the other side, Potato Hill is being one of the favorite real estate for all these teams, and they're trying to get a big chunk, a big area for themselves. Tiamba somehow being taking damage from the side of DKG, and on the other side, on the northern side, WBG is also waiting for themselves. But look at Pi, 77H doing an amazing performance, but Pi's last player inside the shack.
Come on.
And I believe it could be it for Pi. And there you go, low on HP, amazing use of utility by the side of Pi, and there's been nade launched inside that shack. I believe he couldn't get the time to launch that nade, but somehow amazing performance by this.
Oh my lord. WBG up as a full squad, gonna be clashing up against Tiamba. It's the western edge of Potato Hill, baby. That's what you want to see. This is a bit of an unusual area to have these phase 5, phase 6 circles. It's very rare stays in Potato Hill, to be fair, all things considered. Beautiful pre-nades coming out from WBD to try and keep the pressure on, but in amongst the blue, Tiamba, have no fear, just fight. And WBG, no, we're gonna take him out just like that. Minsker, along with WBG, is gonna help clean up their act, and the circle shifts up north.
Absolutely, DKG getting rid of ST in this whole situation and totally taking them down. All the players of ST being eliminated. ShowTime being eliminated. On the other side, TJB also the last surviving player, only S, the only surviving player, only S being eliminated.
On a side note, the top 2 teams have been taken out, so that allows Pi, TC, WBG, Q9 to somewhat close the gap. But YZZ, the last player standing, finds a knockdown on the SCE. The UMP power coming on through in the south tip of the circle, but it's not going to be over just yet. YZZ knows that. That's why he chucks out the smoke. He's going to try and loot up the body of his victim and then attempt to stay hunkered behind that rock as the teams on the west look for a position on Potato Hill.
Only I believe Q9 YZZ can guard successfully for the players of ST because they're outside the zone, and Q9 YZZ, if I talk about him, he is inside the zone, but STE getting that finish. I shouldn't have talked about YZZ. So
caster curse, man. Caster curse. Terrible. But it's okay. I'll let you get away with it this time, as DKG are not going to let Pi get away with that one, and they do clean up. A knock will be confirmed in time as the blue zone encroaches through on this phase 6. This is crazy. 6 teams left, 19 players. TC up as a full squad, WBG up as a full squad, DKG up as a full squad, Pi down to 1. You have 4AM with 2, and ST is 2.
Absolutely, I believe 4AM have a position in the zone, and they're still sitting there waiting for teams to come toward them, and they don't want to aggress to anybody. But STE 4AM could be a potential tussle between these 2 teams. But on the other side, STE, DKG taking down, I believe, players of Pi, and DKG is looking at better momentum, I must say. TC, on the other hand, guarding down the players of WBG. WBG taking 2 knocks, last 2 surviving players. And there you go, TC on the back end. WBG being totally obliterated from the side of, I must say, TC, but last surviving player of WBG being taken out from the player of STE. Now STE have their crosshairs on the side of TC. TC have 4 men standing, 49 points so far, but I believe they can have a better outing and can at least close up to Pi. But on the other side, 4AM getting crosshairs. DKG is not coming slow. These guys are taking knock on every side, but on the other side, DKG player taking out the last player of 4AM, and that's it for 4AM in this match. We are down to last 3 teams, to 10 players in this match, but look at STE. Look at STE. 2 players being a big, I must say, a pain for all these teams. A headache, I must say.
That was like, you know, went from 0 to 100 just like that. I was like, yeah, it's fine. And then, like, everything blew up. The circle is ready to shift. I love the fact that TC still kept 1 player on the northwestern side of the circle in the previous phase, because that's going to allow him to play on the low side ground, move into the circle, and the rest of the team will be able to follow suit. DKG, to be fair, also doing a similar thing, and if anything, reacting a little bit quicker, and that's forcing the 4th player of TC, who I think spotted that, to actually reposition himself a bit up the hill, which is going to be dangerous. It's going to be worse, because we all know late game, low ground is a little bit more advantageous because less of your body is exposed. you're able to look up that hill, especially one like Potato Hill, which is not as harsh, it could work out. Not going to stop TC taking those shots onto 86 though, and being aware that if they can suppress DKG, the high ground advantage will work in their favor.
Absolutely, TC is actually capitalizing on that advantage, and I believe the position of Ellen can be really vital. He is really guarding DKG86, not making him to move from that position. If he will be moving out, definitely the second player of TC will be taking him down. But DKG, a fair fight for them. A lot of area of zone is being covered by the side of DKG, and STE somehow crawling inside the zone, and will be a stealthy background snake, I must say, a backyard snake for themselves. For the players of DKG, but it will be really interesting to see who will be getting the first knock. But somehow TCL get that first knock on STE. WYYL getting that first the knockdown on the side of STE. TCL, what an amazing nade from this guy. And there you go, STE with having those hopes to actually close in on second or second position are really being taken down by the players of TC and DKG, eliminating the snake in their backyard. I must say, STE is taking down this match. But look at a classic finish of an Erangel match, 4v4 fight.
Hell yeah, it's a 4v4, and both teams have similar strategies, right? One player from each side is flanked on the off angle, but DKG Tian using that low ground advantage to get an initial knockdown. The fourth player from TC who's flanked on through is going to have to prone down, gets on top, but they're outside the circle. This is a 4-man DKG push at the center of phase A, ready to punish and claim this chicken dinner. Again, I will remind you, DKG started this game in 15th place. They needed this good result. I repeat, they needed this good result. They're currently on 10 kills. Can they get the chicken dinner and finish with 14?
That will be a story of, I must say, that will be a big question for all those viewers out there. DKG, they have that advantage, but TC having that height advantage, really playing them off for themselves. But TC having a player at a off angle, I must say, will be really crucial for them. But DKG also having that same strategy, one player at a different location. But Tian is actually at a worse position. If there will be one name lodged around this drop, it will be really difficult for Tian to back off, because once he'll be exposing himself, TC will be taking him down. But on the other side, one player of TC somehow stealthy moving toward DKG, and still this guy is not being spotted out, and it has been spotted out, and there you go. DKG clearing out the angle for themselves, and TC getting one player eliminated. But on the other side, TC getting 3 knocks on the players of DKG. What you have done, guys, you shouldn't have thrown this chicken dinner this way. I must say, what an amazing outing by TC. TC taking it home with amazing kills. I must say, GG's to the guys of TC. DKG, it will be a nightmare for you guys, man. It will be a nightmare. You had that position, you had that kill advantage. The kind of, I would say, the kind of warm-up they had overall this match, 10 kills, it was amazing. But at the end of the day, they threw this. They couldn't aggress, they couldn't push forward toward TC. I must say, they had a bigger advantage in the circle, Imperium. If they would have capitalized on that advantage, definitely they would have taken the chicken dinner.
Okay, honestly, this wasn't anything DKG necessarily did wrong, but this was very much about TC reacting to what happened when their first player got knocked. Instead of freezing and going, crap, we're down to 3 players, they looked at what happened, saw that there was a little bit of a distraction potentially with DKG getting that initial knockdown and that false sense of security, and they wrapped around on the side and instantly got that triple knock. It was the reaction from TC that really turned around in their favor. So many teams in that position, in that situation, would freeze. I repeat, freeze, but TC didn't. And they still might have lost the fight, but the fact that they took the challenge, they took it on, speaks for itself. But we do see that the top 5 TEC no doubt deserve to be in top spot. One bad result out of 5 is massive, a total of 74 points. But TC, to be fair, all things considered, off the back of that chicken dinner, they're in second place.
Absolutely, they managed to close. I must say, still there is a little difference, but they managed to close it. A big deal. On the other side, DKG, they were struggling, and while they were dealing with that off-angle player on the back lines, TC aggressed and took down 3 players in just a blink of an eye, I must say. And amazing performance by the side of TC in the last circles. Classic fight, 4v4, but in this situation, TC getting this all out.
So good. So good. It was just honestly like I really love that game because the ending on Potato Hill is very, very rare. Like, you know, very rare. And hey, look, you know, fair play. Fair play. TC did it. They deserved that win. SDE also put in a pretty solid performance in that game, to be fair, as a 2-man team. No doubt they did an absolutely valiant job, all things considered. But honestly, I think I'm going to somewhat end it from here because we've had our 5 games. Of course, you know, we'll be back tomorrow. If you would love to join me again, that would be super appreciated.
I would love to, man. I would love to.
Awesome. Awesome. We will be back tomorrow at the same time as today. Please don't forget to share, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. It genuinely actually does help on a serious note. But thank you all so much for tuning in, for supporting the stream, for having a good time with myself and Hassan. I think I said it right once again. Had to think about it a bit. And you know, hopefully we'll be able to see you all tomorrow, and you can join in once again on more fun here in the PEL 2021 season. Yous are all amazing, and yeah, I'm gonna end it from here, and have a good day, everyone.
Thank you very much for joining, and see you guys tomorrow.